Hello.
I heard earlier.
I'm just saying.
Violent.
Alrighty, so
Puddle.
last time,
It's supposed to be my job. I'm the rogue.
last time you guys discussed what you're going to do while you're back in Stony Hill, and talked with some more people about finding out more about the marks on your arm or wrists, rather, and you decided to try to go to a couple places to Carolisia and to try to go to Aquarian in Cavia. So you decided to start with Aquarian since you had to get royal permission to go there, which would be through Professor Platt or King Damien Platt, who works at Hawthorne, and it's in the middle of the school year, so that's where he would be. So you went there, were meeting with him, and there are a variety of circumstances. Professor Platt or Damien cast some sort of spell on your friend, and that's where we come in now. So as Professor Platt kind of drips this liquid on his head, you see your friend kind of suddenly, like, your eyes probably go wide as for you all these memories are suddenly flooding back. It's like in a blur, so you don't know which way is up right now. You probably, I would assume, hold your head, because that would be a lot. And that's what you guys see. What do you do?
Well, the Goliath, when the water or the magic essence touches him, his face kind of gets kind of distorted a little bit, and he stumbles backwards, and his back hits against the wall, and he falls to a slump. And from the ground, he's just kind of twisted, like he just tasted something really weird, but his eyes are really glassy. He's just sitting there.
Professor Platt kind of starts forward, and I was trying to are you okay?
Sounds like something I see every day.
I'm gonna
Oh God.
while we're doing this, I'm gonna say Lyra can roll an Arcana check,
Further, sir.
Alrighty.
just to see if you recognize what Professor Platt did.
Nothing personal to your worshipness, but think you broke him further.
18. I will say, yeah, it's enough to know that it seemed to be some sort of restoration spell. But yeah, and he just says, it shouldn't. I shouldn't have. It was, if anything, it should have fixed anything. It was just a restoration magic.
It seems like he's having a seizure, not restoring anything.
Still slumped against the floor, against the wall, and it's almost like he's staring at something, or he's staring inside himself, and he's just tilted, and he's just cackling to himself.
You've definitely broken further.
It just,
Friend, are you alright?
Hey, back. I don't think you should get too close.
I think he's going to bite.
I don't know. That cackle makes me nervous.
And then the laughing starts to slow down until it's just quiet, and he's just staring.
let's see.
This is worse than the laughing. That's what you broke.
Dane's kind of actually down on a knee, trying to look you over, and just says, "Do you remember what's going on in there?" He's just kind of doing the whole ducking under, trying to look you over.
Ceiling in this room?
It's probably we'll say 10 feet tall. Pretty high, kind of arched. It's like an arch ceiling.
Flat at the highest part of the ceiling, kind of squished there.
Fair. You're like, nope, noping out of this.
You fix him, and I'll come down when you're done.
When the professor talks to him, he turns and he acknowledges the professor. And he looks into his eyes, but the glass eyes are still glassy. He opens his mouth and he goes to talk, but like he just kind of like breathes heavily, kind of like at loss of words, and then he's like staring past the professor.
Yeah,
well often thought.
I'm like, well,
Are you sure the spell went properly?
as far as I'm aware, I mean, depending on what it was, he said he had amnesia. So if it was, I suspect some sort of mine's blanking on the spell name. Blurring.
Some sort of memory.
Memory wiping spell. Gone wrong, I assume. He just had.
Just for the record, you know what assume means, right, sir?
I am.
You, me. Just want to make sure you knew that.
Yes, I'm quite well aware.
Same page.
At this point, there's nothing but assumptions, because we do not know unless he can tell us.
Goliath's bright eyes like twitching a bit, and all of a sudden he kind of like snaps to attention, and he looks directly towards Quentin. He's going to try to search his thoughts. Has he ever seen Quentin before?
No. I'll say right out the bat, you've never seen I'd say you've never seen a fairy before, let alone Quentin himself.
He dazes out a little again. For a moment, you would have saw he was like staring intently at Quentin before kind of dazing out and like.
Not one of those fairies, kiddo. Not me. That's the queen. She does that crap, not me.
It's okay. Take your time.
We're so small.
Not small, I'm average for my type.
What?
He's small.
Where? Wait.
All is a relative term.
We're in Atemnity.
Atemnity.
Yes.
Yeah.
How many gods are there?
You know the answer to that one.
He holds his head when he thinks about that. How? They're... No, we don't talk about that.
Give me again. Your kinship. You still did the original breaking.
I think perhaps he needs a night's rest. I'm at a loss, to be honest.
It's still strange, but just in a different way.
Yes, it's almost as if...
Yes. Professor, you helped me? Why did you do that?
I hope so. You seemed troubled.
I was troubled. I am troubled, yes. We're in Atemnity. Yes. Still?
Correct, yes. You're in Hawthorne, in Relarian. Where are you from?
Darting his eyes up, he tries to detect any portals nearby.
Would there be any portals here? Let me think. I'm gonna say, oh, they're planar portals. No, there's no planar portals within a mile. I'll say.
Yes, it's safe here. Let's stay here. Let's not move. We'll stay here.
Give me a hand. Help him over to the couch.
Yeah, Damien's already holding out a hand just to help him up.
He takes the professor's hand, but if Quentin comes near him, he'll jerk away.
I don't think Quentin's coming
Quentin's
anywhere.
staying back a little bit.
He looks very anxious around Quentin a little bit.
And so he helps you pull you up and helps you over to the couch and says, perhaps some tea. And he kind of walks over to a side table and starts preparing a pot of tea on I guess we'll say it's a Bunsen burner, why not? Like a little lab setup. He's an alchemist, why not?
How are you brew? Number one rule of lab safety.
We'll drop down off the
That's
ceiling.
a special lab setup.
Yeah.
It'll drop down off the ceiling, and I'll hover at face level. But I will judge roughly what I think his reach is, and add 2 more feet to that. I'll look over it and say, so I figure I'm about 5.5 feet away. 6 feet away. Okay, buddy. You with me? Who am I?
No, I don't. Well, yes, I know you are Quentin. I know that.
Okay. And you are my friend.
Quentin, what? How many gods did you say there were? No, don't tell me. Don't tell me.
How many do you think there are?
There's only 3. There should only be 3. There's only 3.
Well, 4, but...
Oh yes. Yes.
Not everybody counts her, so it's understandable.
No.
So here's what I want you to do, buddy. I want you to keep your eyes on me. I want you to calm down. Remember, who am I? I am your friend, just like your name.
Yes. We're all friends. I'm your friend.
I'm going to ask a question, buddy. Now that you seem to be recalling some things, do you recall your actual name? If you don't want to give it, I understand. I give him the knowing look going, hey, I spent some time in Fairy too. I get it. Names are powerful things. If you don't want to give it, you do not have to give it. I just want to know if you recall it.
He squints his eyes at Quentin. Does he have any, like... Does he have devilish features?
No, I'd say he's very distinctly Fae. I will say you might have seen fairies before, from where you kind of came from before you were here.
It looks like a tiny elf with wings.
He definitely does not look fiendish whatsoever.
Right? I did go moth, right?
Yeah, you went moth.
Okay. 90% sure.
Yeah.
Squinting at Quentin, he just like kind of nods his head a little erratically. Yes, I know.
You recall your name?
Yes.
Good job, buddy. That's a good thing. Names. We've had this agreement. Remember, names are important. Can you trust me a little bit?
Where are we going? No,
we're not going anywhere. I just want to cast a spell. I need to check something about you, and I need to cast a spell to do it, but I need him to say it's okay for me to do this. I need you to accept that I'm going to do this, otherwise we could end up with problems.
No, don't do no more spells. No
problem, buddy. No problem. I got you. We're all good.
He's like visually shaking as well, and like neurotically like biting his fingers.
I'm going to sleight of hand.
Mm-hmm.
Cast sleep.
Okay. I'm gonna say roll a sleight of hand check, and because you're hyper aware right now, your friend, you can roll a perception check.
Yes.
Use my second having an issue. Why is it? Did that come out?
So your friend, you do see out of the corner of your eye, you see Quentin's hands tracing some sort of muttering some sort of incantation and tracing some sort of thing in the air. Actually, I guess, and you're probably pulling out some sand.
The sound of the chair like dragging backwards as the Goliath like stumbles up to his feet and like starts backing away from Quentin quickly. What are you doing, huh?
Okay, I remember this.
No. I didn't think it'd be enough.
No.
It was worth a try.
Close.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how many hit points do you have?
Yeah. Stretch it, big buddy.
So you kind of feel like you're about to fall asleep, your friend, and then you just shake it off.
I said no.
I was just stretching.
Hold on 1 second, I just need to read this spell. Does anyone have less than 25 hit points?
No.
Nope.
No,
Okay.
because I picked our targets.
No, I don't think so.
Also, I can't.
Oh, choose within range. Okay, never mind. Oh yeah, that's true. You're immune to that.
Pick who? I can pick targets within the 20-foot area.
Okay, I want to. This kind of buried in there a little bit. What was the deception check for? Sorry.
That was for me telling him nothing to see here, just stretching. That was me lying about casting a spell.
You can roll an insight check, your friend, because you're hyper aware right now. Actually,
Roll with advantage.
I was gonna say I think you can roll the advantage because you are hyper aware and suspicious. Yeah, it seems like he's telling you you're just stretching.
Yes. We're friends. We've always been friends.
No BS here. I would never do anything with an intent to harm you. You are my friend. And I don't get that title out very often. So, Gail's not my friend. I just like Gail. I'm scared of Gail, but not my friend. Lyra? Maybe she might be. But you, buddy, you're my friend.
He kind of like leans in closer. We're friends. Yeah?
Yes, we are. I really think you need to take a nap, though, little buddy. I think you need some rest. Why don't you go ahead and lay down on the couch there?
What if this is the dream?
It's not the dream. Remember? I'd tell you if it was the dream.
You would. This is too long. This has been too long to be a dream.
Go ahead and lay down. Lay down. There you go. Close your eyes. I use my wings to start motioning people to back away from him and get into another, away from him in the room so we can whisper later.
He does lay down on the couch, but his eyes are wide open.
It's okay. You're safe, and I, your friend, am here to watch you. I will take care of you. Nobody will come near you. I swear on that.
Yeah. Yes. I believe you. I believe you.
And with that, I will back up, holding to my word. I will not turn my back to him. I will continue to watch. But I will back up towards the others in the area. I kind of motion them all to with my wings.
Yeah. Professor Black kind of like walks over with you. Does everyone else follow?
Yeah. You don't mind him taking a nap or down there, do you? Right?
No, it's quite alright. I think you probably need that.
Thank you, I think.
I hope so.
A little bit.
I hope I helped.
What is the okay? Knowing that the Winter Court likes to play with memories and stuff like that, what are the chances I have? How much do you think I might look at and say, okay, I've seen something like this before?
I'm gonna say roll a intelligence check.
Not bad for me.
I'd say I don't know that they like to play with memories more, or are they more about the charming them? I'm still learning about quartz.
Winter court is it's all both courts are about equivalent return type stuff. Never accept food, never accept gifts, all that kind of stuff goes with all the courts. The winter court is more of a threat control type court, where the summer court is more of a we want you to like us type court.
Okay.
So both courts would use charm and modify memory type things, but the winter court tends to be a little more aggressive. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'll
so
say
it's up to you though on how you play, how you.
Yeah, I'm the Fae. I'm too much to really. I just gotta choose really. I'd say that makes sense. I'd say vaguely that there's chances they might use memory spells. But I'd say charm is they're more likely to charm than to modify memory. But I will say you do know about the potential for time lag, we'll say, from the Feywild to here, and
stuff.
Yeah, the timey-wimey stuff, and the way anyone without Fey ancestry has the potential to lose their memory. But I will say with an 18, you've never heard of anyone acting like this after a spell such as Professor Platt was cast on them if they lost their memory coming from the Feywild. So I'll say with an 18 that you think it could be possible, but it doesn't seem like a coming from the Feywild to the material plane type of memory loss. Seems more like an intentional spell. Modify memory, that's the spell.
Would say, Professor, my face is kind of half towards Professor, but my eyes never leave your friend.
Fair.
And watching him, he's lifted up his wrist, and he for a moment he was like staring at the symbol on his wrist, but his eyes have drifted away. Still holding his wrist up. Drifted away, lost in thought again.
Alright.
Soon you're aware of the time differences and how time flows differently between the Fae and here, and how those of you who aren't part of our world, when you come to it, you can be here for, you can think you're there for a day and come out a week later.
Correct, yes, I'm aware of some of the laws of the Feywild, yeah.
My guess, he's been in my world for a little while, and he's been out of your world for a long while.
Well, it feels like, from my knowledge,
that equivalent, because he's. I have some friends who think there's 2 gods. I have some friends who think there's 4 gods, and now I have a friend who thinks there's 3 gods. Which tells me between the time there were 3 gods and the time there were 4 gods, he came either to my world or to another world like mine.
Well, there is basically 3. The Raven Queen is a god, but lesser deity. So some don't count her as a god, so I could see why someone might say 3.
Brought up earlier, he did acknowledge the Raven Queen.
Yeah.
You being familiar with my people and what happens with the travel, what you just witnessed was not the normal. I can't remember what happened in that party at the Feywild last night.
That's why
much bigger.
I wonder if
and I
their spells.
I think this was purposeful.
Yes, that's why there's a spell that can literally modify someone's memory. Usually that's only about 10 minutes worth of time, but it almost feels like in his reaction as if something went wrong in the casting of some way.
Like a spell going wrong in a sense, just...
Yeah, like the magic... Sure. It's almost as if, like, the way I say the wild magics of the Plains of Dridel, but different. Just as if something in the casting caused it to go wrong, and it wiped his memory instead of just erasing 10 minutes.
your plains of Drydell type thing is not just a plains of Drydell thing. I think those many places across the plains that have similar or other effects that are similar in style, maybe not exactly the same, but similar in style.
I'm not sure about.
Why will it pop up and be like, well, the plains of Drydell are just. Don't recommend anyone cast magic out there. A little bit
This is correct. This is very correct.
Think he got a lot back all at once.
It seems that way.
Gail, Lyra, you see for the first time this. There's like a seriousness to Clinton that you haven't seen before. I am worried about him.
As am I.
I'm going to let you all do what you need to do over here. Don't mind me. And if you need me, just motion me over. I'll catch you out of the corner of my eye. I will fly over and I will sit at the foot at his feet on the couch. I'll sit on the arm of the couch at his feet and literally stand guard.
Alright. Just he'll need to rest, I think, at least overnight. What was it that you wanted to speak to me about, though, Natalie?
Did we already talk about all that?
I can't remember.
Started to, but
I think we got permission. I rolled a really good persuasion check. I remember that.
I think you. I think you started to. I don't know if he like. Did he?
I thought for certain he was like, yeah, okay. He gave us the name of somebody. He was like, this will be your contact there.
Maybe I did. Oh, I think he'll be like, the letter, right? And he'll go over to his desk and begin drafting a letter or some sort. And he just leaves you to your thoughts and in conversation as he's writing. You gather, Natalie, knowing that it'll likely take some time, that it'll likely take a little bit of time to draft something like this official.
Okay.
What would you like to do while he's doing that and while Quentin is standing guard?
Turn to Gale and just like make the face like making funny faces. And trying to get Gale's reaction like, ooh, your thoughts on what just happened.
Well, I think the professor just caused our friend to have a seizure, and then didn't give him any medical attention. That's not surprising for rich people. And she'll just pull out her mess kit and her beads of nutrition, go over and hand to a friend and just be like, you need to eat something.
It's literally like a gummy bear.
He turns his head sharply.
So does Quentin gives Gale the eye, like.
He turns his head sharply, looking at Gale with like wide eyes, but like eyes of like curiosity. Have you ever left Atemnity, Gale?
I don't think so, buddy. But here, and I'll just reach out, grab his hand, and kind of pour two of the nutrition beads in it, and kind of close them.
We only really need one, but yeah.
She doesn't know that. She doesn't know magic.
That's fair. Okay.
He does like limply take her guide via the little gummies, and he just holds them for a moment before he plops them into his mouth and chews slowly. What do they taste like?
I'd say they taste kind of like, well, it's like the consistency of gummy bears. And I'd say they taste like whatever your favorite food is, that's what it tastes like. Or whatever food you're thinking of at the time, that's what it tastes like. One of the two.
He's chewing them very slowly, like almost lost in the flavor.
Besides, what would you? Anything else you guys like to do while your friend is lost in thought, so to speak? And First Plot's drafting the letter.
I think everyone's gonna wait. So with that, in the time that
Quentin is on hard guard duty.
Fair.
I imagine Lyra at one point will use her performance of creation just coming to herself a little bit to make a blanket for
Fair.
very soft blanket. It'll only stick around for 2 hours, but
What color?
he clings to the blanket.
it's a pink blanket.
Okay. Fair. Alright.
Fuzzy.
So, we'll say, for sake of brevity, you just kind of sit around for, let's say, a couple hours before the blankets, your friend suddenly kind of starts to, like, melt, let's say, kind of fizzles away, and then, with a fizzle of magic. And you have some magic, so you understand what's happening. And you hear that, Damien's chair scrape on the floor, and he pushes it back and walks over with a scroll and hands it to Lyra and says, "That should get you safely into Aquarian. Guardian, I will send a message to Guardian Candace Rowland and let her know to expect you. It will be a little bit of travel from Caulfield, which is the closest portal city, but it should be relatively uneventful, assuming everyone does have magic. He can rest here, of course. I don't know if he's up to moving yet.
Thank you very much for your hospitality.
Not a problem.
When you say everybody has magic, what do you mean by magic?
As long as you have some sort of
Magical ability, or do you have to be able to cast a spell?
so you have to be able to cast some sort of spell in some way, whether it be through study, through natural ability, through racial traits, just some sort of magic. Those are just simply physical, or using magical or mundane weapons, would have a tough time there.
At this point, the Goliath sits himself up and pulls himself to his feet. And when he starts standing up, he kind of sways almost as if he was like standing on the edge of a tower with vertigo. But like,
Nope. Sit back down.
No. We should leave. We should leave. Professor. And he'll reach over to gently grasp the professor's hand with both his hands.
What is it?
I thank you. I thank you, but I wish you hadn't. But I thank you. It was a kindness, but it wasn't a mercy. Thank you, sir.
He nods and says, well, I hope you can find some peace and solace and sort things out in your mind.
Just the opposite, but it's good. It's good. It's terribly good.
Oh, interesting. Well, I hope you find you have friends here willing to share any burdens with.
Yes. Friends, many friends. Yes. We may leave.
All right. And as you were reach out for his hand, his right hand had been wrist had been halfway to his Oh no, he can't do that. Never mind. Sorry, I forgot my own rules.
No worries.
He had been reaching for a drawer in a side cabinet as you're reaching for it, and as he reaches in, he pulls out a stone. But I'd say anyone with any arcane capabilities can recognize it as a sending stone, and kind of mutters into it and says, Candace, Mr. Allen, there is a group of young folk I am sending to you who are seeking information on a mark. They have my permission. And he just puts it away.
Thank you very much, sir. You can probably get out of your hair. Thank you.
He nods and kind of goes to sit down. He grabs like his tea and sits down on the sofa himself to like process. So as you step out into the corridor, where would you like to go?
How about we head out? I really don't think our friend is in the state to be.
I think we should find a place to sleep tonight.
Yes.
I think we should do that before we travel here at this campus where we seem semi-safe before we travel tomorrow.
Yes.
I don't want to take him out in the woods.
Right. Is there a place you can get us that might be able to put us up?
I know anywhere, like, there's spare rooms anywhere. Am I gonna have to go to my sister's office? Can we sleep in here?
I'd say...
Really awkward.
I'd say you can easily enough, like, go find the headmaster and ask, like, our friend is having a bit of a mental crisis. Is there somewhere we could stay the night while he processes? That sort of thing, and he can easily find you like a spare room somewhere.
Okay.
As we approach the room, I will, keeping an eye on your friend, I'll slide over Lyra's shoulder. Say, Lyra, I will stay with our friend. You and Gale should go talk to the other guy that we want to talk to, the magic guy, and get more information.
With him, we just
school. I will watch him while you guys go.
You sure you're going to be alright?
We'll be fine. You see my hand slips in, my dagger comes out, my hand slips back out, and then the dagger slips back into my hand. I'm doing the knife twizzling game. I'm like, we'll be fine.
Goliath is just kind of like shuffling along, kind of like not quite paying attention to everyone as he just like blindly follows where the group is moving. Still lost in his mind.
So you guys are gonna go find Professor Hamoa? Alright, you can easily...
As soon as we get into the room, I'm going to stealth up and hide above the door somewhere and keep guard.
Above what?
Assuming the room has one door, I'm somewhere high above the door.
I mean, the door is like in a long hallway with not many... This particular one doesn't have many other...
Inside the room. The room that they give us, they assign us to stay in.
Oh, okay.
As soon as I get your friend into a bed, I'm going to go above the door and stealth and hide while the other two go off and find them.
You will be kind of hovering there then, because there isn't really anything in this particular area to...
Hovering is good.
Alright.
It's a shadow, and I am in it.
Oh, right.
Edge. Yeah, the door paneling.
Fair. Alright, so the two of you go towards Professor Homo's office. As Lyra and Natalie, you know where to find it. You know it's a decent chance of where to start, where he might be. And as you get there, the door is closed at the moment, but there seems to be light peeking out from underneath it.
And Lyra will turn to Gale. I know you're many of our problems. Really not sure what happened. Our friend That was a restoration spell. I don't think they're supposed to make things worse.
Are you certain it was a restoration spell?
I'm fairly certain. I mean, it's pretty. I mean, it's not basic magic, but it's pretty general thing. Like sick or curse or.
But I mean, do restoration spells fix mind maladies? I'd never heard of anything.
Or at least I thought they could. I mean, they're very useful in fixing. I guess if and it was an automatic memory charm. Restoration, especially greater restoration, could certainly help. Perhaps he is just dealing with an onslaught of memories. Can you imagine getting all your memories back at once? Like you know nothing, and then all of a sudden you know everything. We're completely unaware.
Gil just hears that and does like the green screen like pause for like 10 seconds while Lyra's like ranting, and then it's like, oh yeah, okay, bad.
And so you guys knock on the door, or as you knock, you hear a kind of low, kind of almost, it's a low voice, like kind of tenor, kind of baritone, that sort of thing. Very, very sharp. It's just, who is it?
An old student of yours.
Oh, come in. Come in. So you open the door, and for Gale, where's my notes on him? You see a human man with kind of longer brown hair, very straight, kind of, I'd say just brushing the shoulders type length. Clear, very piercing, clear blue eyes, incredibly clear. A long, thin nose and face. There's a little bit of stubble on the jaw. He's wearing what looks to be fairly elegant robes in, I'll say, black and a very bright gold. Golden yellow, I should say. You can kind of tell as he stands up, as you enter, he's rather tall, slender, very little muscle. He's got a very serious expression on his face as chin is kind of elevated a little bit as as you open the door and walk in, his eyes start out kind of narrow and they kind of widen a little bit. He says, Natalie, what do I owe the pleasure?
Just came in visiting briefly. This is my friend Gale. Gale is Professor Helmoa. Does a lot of magical things, and we're actually looking for information about Elijah. We're doing a bit of a research west, I guess you could say.
She's doing research. I'm listening.
Alright. Research on what? Precisely.
Specifically, found this old information regarding that specific niche. Actually, very dark, nasty stuff. And specifically symbols for a ritual. I think this was completed. We were curious about it.
A ritual and lich?
Yeah.
What is this symbol? And where did you find it?
Piece of paper again.
He kind of pulls it for
random house in Estonia.
I'm gonna say just because it's a new person, roll a deception check.
All right. Oh God, why is...
He kind of looks at you, nods, and says that's strange, but all right.
You can understand why we're curious and interested.
It kind of takes a piece of paper from you and walks over to a bookshelf and scans it with a finger before pulling a book from it and opening it, flicking through pages, looking rather serious, and just before snapping it shut and putting it back on the shelf and going back towards walking around to the front of his desk and kind of leaning back against it slightly, just staring at the symbol, saying, well, this is a dark symbol indeed. I'm assuming you've learned. Did I tell you the name of the lich yet?
Yes, this is...
Okay. Oh, that's what I tell you learned right. The Soul Reaper, which is... It's gotta be linked to Chaos, I don't know, it's... You just see like a look of like absolute disgust on his face at
Natalie is totally playing into this, like, oh, I know, terrible.
Wait, disgust at the symbol or at the word chaos?
Chaos.
Gail's gonna squint her eyes a bit, man.
If Lyra sees any of this, like a little nudge, like...
I'm gonna say... Actually, yeah. Both of you can roll history checks. And I'm gonna say... Gale at advantage, because of reasons.
Ooh. Nope.
Sorry, what's the...
Shift.
Shortcut. Shift. There we go.
Oh, roll one more time.
Yeah, okay, that didn't work.
It didn't go through.
Yeah.
There you go. As he says the word chaos and the look of disgust on his face, and Lyra said his name, Professor Homoa, and just the general air about him, there's something about him that reminds you of that being of light that you saw on the battlefield. Something, you're not sure what.
I already disliked him because he looks like a rich prick, but now I dislike him even more.
Like rich pricks that you leave around.
Yeah, I have reasons for that. I have reasons for this one.
And he just says, this guy feeling the chaos, of course. It is definitely ritualistic looking in nature. You said he found it in a house?
Yeah, out in the middle of nowhere in Stony Owl. Who knows what they were doing out there?
Huh. I'm not sure why Stony Owl. Like, it's...
We're just as confused.
Well, if it's from a ritual, the only rituals I know of regarding liches usually involve them trying to become immortal. So that would be bad.
And you think this lich was doing a ritual to become immortal?
I assume that's usually what the rituals surrounding liches are about, usually. Never heard of otherwise, so...
Which is actually succeeded in those rituals.
I'm not sure how many have actually succeeded. Most of them have to depend on a phylactery, of course, but... If this ritual symbol... What was it on precisely in this house? Everything, where exactly was it on? It's very important for me to try and understand this ritual.
It was on
You cut up.
floor and this one person's wrist, actually.
Someone's wrist? Who?
It's one of the corpses in the mausoleum.
That's interesting. A corpse. That makes sense to draw life force from. Yeah. Only one?
It could have been a fail. Yes.
Only
There
one
were
seems...
corpses. We didn't check for it, though.
No, it's not particularly my area of expertise. Corpses.
Yes, of course, of course. Although, knowing the amount of bodies would be important.
There were 4 sarcophaguses, coffins, whatever you'd call them, in the main room.
I'm gonna say roll a deception check, Gale.
Okay, Gale. Good luck.
I'm a paladin. And I have a lot of lying.
Well,
So.
And he nods and says,
An expert at lying.
Gale and Lyra, the unstoppable duo.
And my dice are not playing nice. Well, story. It says, well, I assume that these poor souls were lost in this ritual. I'd honestly be more concerned if it was on living people walking around with this symbol. That would be strange.
Yeah, what would the difference be?
I'd assume that if it was on living people that they were marked for something. I'm not sure what, but
Probably nothing good.
probably not, no.
No.
You think we'd be able to find more about this at Elijah? I actually just got a mission from to be looking more into this in Erin. As apparently the Soul Reaper is from Cavia.
Well, if the Soul Reaper is from Cavia, I would think that they would, especially an Aquarian, would know more about him or her. Who knows? I'm not sure of gender to their knowledge. But that town in particular would likely have much more information. Of course, Elijah, the mages there, would have a fair amount. You can see him kind of half roll his eyes just talking about them, as if he's, I'd say, actually roll insight. You can both roll it. Yeah, both of you.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus. Gale, you're not sure, you just see him roll his eyes, but Lyra, it's almost in like annoyance at the mages there. For some reason, he's like absolutely annoyed with them. You're not sure why.
Alright.
And he just says they're talented mages, of course, but they do have their secrets, and trying to extract information from them can be interesting.
She was strong. Good, thank you. You've been more helpful than I imagined they could ever be.
Gale is very confused by that comment. She looks at Lyra.
And he just says, wow, she. Yes, do let me know if you find out more about this ritual. Rituals are, even chaos-related ones, are fascinating, and if this is a chaos-related ritual, knowing about it could help me to prevent future ones if I know the signs, so to speak.
Of course. Sure to let you know. I do stop by here at Hawthorne every once in a while.
I mean, just for argument's sake, what is confirming that it's a chaos ritual exactly?
Just if it's in some way linked to, I don't know, bringing back chaos to full power, or just chaotic magic in general.
And Harmony doesn't do anything like that, or any of these like 20 plus gods that our new friend likes to talk about, or this Raven woman.
Of course Harmony does not. She is a being of light, of peace. She's perfect.
Look up to Gale and Professor Moa is very learned about Harmony, very passionate about it.
Alright, well, he's learned, he knows more than I do.
We can talk about this later.
I'm gonna say... Gale can roll, you can roll another history check, just straight.
Okay.
Just the way he's talking. See if you heard something. No, never mind.
Nope.
You're confused, you don't understand, like, why he's acting like that, other than what Lyra said, like, he's very passionate about Harmony. You're not sure why.
Yeah.
Actually, Lyra, you can roll a history check that's related but different. 16. Nah, you're not sure. There's been stories about, like, maybe people are related to the gods, but people say that all the time. You think, as far as you know, it's just stories. Fanatics, that sort of thing. But yeah, and just keep me apprised. It's fascinating.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Alright, so you take your leave, closing the door. What?
As we go, can I just drop a divine sense in the doorway?
All you get is what is divine? I need to remember exactly what divine sense does.
I heard up in chat, but it's not letting me. But as an action, you can detect good and evil until the next of your turn within 60 feet. You can tell if there's a celestial fiend or undead.
I will say, you get that same weird kind of radiating presence right from the center, because it was radiates around you right from the dead center. You get that undead sense. I will say you do get also the faintest, it's ever so faint hint of celestial. Faintest hint.
Just a very religious man.
More than that, but still a faint hint of celestial.
As far as she knows, it's a very religious man.
Fair. So as you exit, and you kind of take that moment to, I say, grab your holy symbol and sense this. Say the feeling of undead probably shakes you a little bit, considering you're in a school. But yeah. So as you leave and close the door, where do you go?
Probably head some back towards me. So anyone else follow me?
You're cutting in and out.
My cover's already been below.
You're cutting in and out, Emily, like fading in and out.
Sorry. It's been a little funky. Just gonna try and do my best to avoid, getting seen by anyone else, as cover has already been blown. It does not want to.
I think it's fading more when your voice gets really high pitched.
Okay, here one sec. I'm gonna switch to my phone.
That's fair.
I was working earlier when Sydney and I, so I'll leave and come back.
Okay, sounds good. Well, when it switches, so I'm assuming you guys just head back to the room, and once you make it back to the room, I'd say roll a perception check to see if you see Quentin. Would you roll your stealth check?
You're not gonna see Quentin.
Yeah.
You never know. You never know.
I don't think anybody's seen Quentin.
Now you guys walk in, and you see your friend lying in a bed. I'd say there's probably we'll say, sure, there's 4 beds in the room, and laying in one of the beds. You still eyes wide open? Your friend?
Actually, he's sleeping, or looks like he's sleeping.
Okay, so it looks like he's sleeping. His eyes are closed, but you do not see Quentin.
Quentin? Hello?
Did we leave him alone?
Well, he told me I could trust him, and I guess I did, and I should know better.
Quentin silently, ever so sneakily, pops up behind Gail's head, goes, I'm here. Whispers it into her ear.
Gail immediately goes for the slap the bug, like move, like mosquito behind your head.
Roll an arm strike.
Clap.
Are you gonna take it?
I'm gonna take it.
Okay, so you get like this. You take this. You just suddenly this hand comes out of nowhere, like it's smacking a mosquito, and smacks you on the side of the head.
Worth it.
And what's your strength, Gail?
Plus 4. 18.
Are you going for causing damage, or are you just slapping like a mosquito?
No, it's more just an alarm mosquito.
Okay, so like it stings, Quentin.
So worth it.
So like as you hear that whisper in your thing and you swat at it, what would you like to do?
Oh, there he is.
He's literally now floating, kind of. He over-exaggerates, throws himself against the wall, and makes him look like a bug splatter to the wall from the hit.
Alright.
It gets a silly grin as he goes, worth it. So worth it. Yeah.
We found out lots of good information. Is your friend alright?
Yeah, he's just I believe resting or doing a really good job of faking. Nobody has come in or out of the room since you guys left.
Very good.
That's good to hear. And Lyra will info dump everything that Professor Momoa told them.
Alright.
Because I don't feel like appreciating everything.
That's fair. So yeah, Lyra just unloads all of this information on you, Quentin. And your friend if you're actually awake.
Is not.
Okay. That's fair. Possibly snoring?
He's not snoring.
Alright.
What
Got it.
does he say about the school?
What in particular, what do you mean, like, just the way they are, or what they would know, or?
Yeah, would we be able to go there and...
He was of the opinion that, they are very secretive about their knowledge and aren't willing to give up, but I will say, Lyra would probably, I'm assuming, tell you that he seemed rather annoyed at them, so. But he agreed, I believe, yeah, I think I said, he agreed that Aquarian is very likely to have information if this lich is from Cavia. It makes sense that they would know more.
Yep.
Be off on this, so don't get me wrong. I agree, I think we're going to learn something with Aquarian, but I think what we're going to learn is more about this guy's past. But I think the school may have more information about the spell. Does that make sense?
From what I know from magic, the more you know about the person who casts the spell, or in this case, like the magic tied in with it. In this case, the Aquarian might know most. It might help with dispelling it or getting rid of it.
I'm with you. I think we need to know both. I think we need to know about his past. We need to know about who this guy was. This thing was lich. Yeah. Unnatural. We need to know more about who he was before he was a lich and the things he did right afterwards. If we can learn that, I think Aquarian's a good place. But I also think we need to actually look into the possibility, taking that knowledge and go to the school to look into the possibilities there, because I think they're going to be able to tell us more about the spell and about the symbols. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And once we have all the knowledge, we're going to gank this guy.
Is there even a guy to be ganked currently? That's the issue. All I'm hearing about is a dead guy.
It's a lich. They're all dead.
Yeah, but we haven't seen
I haven't heard anything
anyone.
about him being... Has anybody said he was destroyed?
No, I think that's what we might learn in Aquarian.
Because how much Care, how much does Rennie know about liches?
Roll intelligent. Let's say history check.
History check.
Not a whole lot. You know they're evil. You know they're undead.
I know they're hard to kill, right?
You know they're. I'd say with an 8, I'd say you know they're undead, and you know they're powerful. Whether or not they're hard to kill, you don't know.
Okay. I don't know. Liches are very strong.
I don't know much about them, except that they're like they were wizards, or like powerful magic users. Regardless, I hope we don't have to fight this Soul Reaper guy. I would prefer not to.
Yeah, something tells me we're fighting this guy. You see Renee or Quentin peek at the mark on his arm. Yeah, we're fighting this guy.
I mean, swords aren't terribly hard to kill. The corpses tend to be a bit of an issue.
I think it's both in this case. Powerful magic, 9th level spells. Oh, just thinking gives me a headache.
I think we need to learn more about liches as well. In general.
Probably, yeah.
I'd say, no, diddly Lyra, you would know that even Aberuthi, the library there, is likely to have information on liches in general.
Of course we will.
Just like most, and Carolage would probably assume, because it's a school, but just because that's a library you're very familiar with. You figure most big libraries, there's a decent chance they'll have general information on liches.
Okay.
But yeah.
Where's this town we're going to?
It is over here.
Somewhere. We're just jumping across the continent.
Okay.
We're gonna jump to here.
We can go to Caulfield?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd say I was going through the map, and I'd say Nelly, you've probably been to Caulfield. You've probably been in a few, at least major cities.
Okay.
Probably not very extensively, but been to them.
Okay. You went field trips.
I was going around adding DOS to my GM lair.
Okay.
So yeah, what would you like to do? Or further discuss, for that matter?
I think that was all the major information we learned today. Start getting ready to sit down.
Is there a library here?
Oh, of course, it's a school.
Can anybody go to it, or do you have to be a student or a former student?
I mean, I don't think it's you. Especially knowing you, I don't think anyone could stop you.
I am kind of special. It's hard to be this good.
Of course.
Tell you what, Gail?
Yes?
Can I trust you?
With our sleeping friend here?
Yes.
No one will get in through the door while you're gone.
And I will
Just sleep.
insight check.
I'm gonna assume natural 20. I'm pretty sure you're telling the truth, right, Gail?
Gail's telling the truth.
Yeah. If you can help it, if she can help it, she's not letting anyone through the door that you don't want in there.
Ralph, do me a favor. Will you stay here? That way I know Gail will too.
All right.
That was my only real fear.
Before he goes, Lyra's gonna just talk out like the directions to the library. She's like, well, I'm not too familiar with this side of the campus, but I'm pretty sure if you get to this tree here and then you take a left, that's where the library's going to be. Insert correct.
You know, it's the library is actually in the royalty building.
Are we in the royalty building? Or are we
Hold on. Someone roll a d4.
Got it. Unos.
We'll say you're in the hero building.
Good.
I will open the window.
Building was where we were meeting Professor Platt, was where his office was.
Yeah, it's
We'll open the window and make sure the light points me in the right general direction. And I will fly right out the window.
You assume there's a window, but yeah.
I'm assuming there's a window.
There's a window. I'll let there be a window. Why not? You just fly out and you just occasionally you look down and see people pointing up at you. I mean, people have probably seen fairies, but just them randomly flying out a window is a little strange. So you go to the library. What would you like to do in the library?
I will I'll try to be not overly trying to be sneaky, but I'm hoping nobody yells at me.
I'll say
looking for information on liches.
Hold on, I'm checking the.
Magical beasts, liches.
I'm gonna say this close to the end of the school year. There's probably this time of day. It's probably fairly full of students, just because exams are starting to come up. But
better yet, I will look around for those who look like they might be magically inclined.
I'm gonna say roll. Are you also looking for books, or are you just looking for the people?
Well, I'm going to start with the people. I'm going to look for somebody who looks like they're studying magic.
Okay, roll a perception and an insight check. Alright, so
the insight sucks. The perception's pretty good.
you see several students that are hard at work studying and like feverishly writing. Some are feverishly writing. Just by looking at them, you can't really tell who might be studying magic. I'd say with your perception check, you see, we'll say, one of them off in kind of in the middle of the library, or middle of the study area. It looks like they might have a staff of some sort that could be magical, but you're not sure.
We'll float over to that one and just kind of plop myself in the air, floating like I'm sitting, and go, hey, buddy, can I talk to you for a second?
Just
I know you're busy.
kind of shakes their head, looks up, looks wide-eyed for a second.
Thumbs up.
Jaws kind of like half open, like what? I'm studying.
You're studying. I'll leave you be in just a second. I just need to know where in the library would I look for books that would be like about liches and stuff like that. Just general knowledge.
Just kind of looks around, like he's kind of trying to remember areas of the library, and just points in a general direction off to the right, and we'll say north a little bit away from where they're sitting, and so they're probably over that corner. I don't know how many there are, but
you're awesome. Thanks, but good luck on your tests. And I will zip out like lightning speed zip and head over towards that section and start going through the books and seeing if I can find any that would lead me towards that general thought process by title and stuff like that.
Okay, roll an investigation check.
Not terrible.
Okay, I'd say it takes you a little while because there doesn't seem to be a lot, but I'll say over the course of, we'll say, hour and a half, maybe, well, we'll say 2 hours because there's probably not too much. You managed to find a book, or probably a couple of books, that has scattered information across it about liches. You find out what you know, like that they're incredibly powerful, generally undead. I think you discover that usually they have some sort of vessel called a phylactery that houses their, I guess, soul essence type of thing, and if they're killed, they go back to that unless that's destroyed. I'd say, what else about literature are you trying to figure out about the game?
I was trying to get the general. First, I wanted Renee to learn about phylacteries.
Fair.
And I wanted to learn about liches in general, because I don't remember there being a lot in the thing.
There probably isn't. No.
They're usually a wizard, very powerful wizard of some kind, from a short-lived life who wants to live longer and becomes undead through their power type thing. And that's kind of the whole thought process of a lich is kind of what he's trying to wrap his head around.
Okay, I think you learn about the general knowledge about a phylactery, not like obviously intricate details, but general knowledge of what it is and that it has to be destroyed in order to fully kill a lich, and that they're generally well hidden. I'd say
get details on how long after you've destroyed the lich's body it takes for them to rebuild their body.
Nothing that detailed. Just basically general knowledge about what it is, and that if you want to destroy them, you have to destroy the phylactery. Because I mean, it's a school. There's not really going into stupid detail because they're not trying to create liches, even the villain students.
Well, there are villain students here. I never know.
Hey, villain. Just because you're a villain doesn't necessarily mean you're evil.
I didn't say you're evil.
I know.
Said they're very powerful being.
I know. I'm just saying. Yeah. Yeah, it's just general knowledge of like about what a phylactery is. That they're generally really powerful, like Lyra Natalie. What name am I gonna use next week? As told you. I'd say. You probably hear rough.
Look to see if there was any information on famous liches.
No, there's nothing about famous liches. No.
Okay.
Not in this library.
Because I'm assuming I may have heard of some famous liches. I just don't know if this world has heard of any famous liches.
Yeah, I'm gonna say there isn't. At least in this library, there isn't any famous liches mentioned in this one. It's just a smaller library. It's a school library.
Yeah.
They're not really focused on that aspect of it. Yeah, just general knowledge about what a lich is what you get.
Okay.
No real details on exactly how the rituals go to make them, etc.
I was kind of hoping that it might say something. It might give me something along those lines to see if there was a ritual to get them out of the phylactery that needed to be done, or something like that. And that was
nothing. Nothing detailed like that.
Part of my life force to bring a lich back.
Yeah, no details like that. It's just that the phylactery exists. This is what it does. You gotta destroy it somehow to fully destroy a lich.
They don't put instructions to build or break down a bomb in the school library.
Yeah, basically.
I don't know about your libraries, but
anarchist cookbook.
Nope.
It's
nope. Mm-mm.
There might be an edgy 18-year-old somewhere with access to these texts, but that doesn't mean that we have them right now.
Once I read about phylacteries, I will spend a little time to see if there is anything on there about phylactery. If a phylactery is destroyed on a way of fixing it, and because that might be part of what they were trying to do with us too. I know I'm not going to find anything. That's kind of the way Renee's mind is going to go through this. He's going to find out about liches, find out about phylacteries, use the knowledge on phylacteries. Say, well, maybe he needed his phylactery fixed, or he needed a new one. And so I'll try to find out more about phylacteries, knowing that they're never going to tell me anything in a school library about phylacteries, because that book is hidden somewhere in the instructor's office that they were just in.
No,
No
nothing.
doubt. Renee has no clue, but he's like, okay, maybe it's something to do with repairing the phylactery, or maybe he was trying to turn us into phylacteries or something like that.
So how many hours did you want to, or how much time did you want to spend researching this?
It was early evening, right?
I
Afternoon.
think it would have been, it takes about half a day from Fallon's to school, so it was about noon when he got there. You were probably in the Professor Platt's office for at least, I would say, about, it was at least 2 hours because he was writing the stuff. And then it took you about, what is it, hour and a half, 2 hours, we'll say about 2 hours total for you to do all that research, or to find all that research. And how much, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, so you've been there about 4 hours, so it's like 4 o'clock, roughly.
Well, I figured while I was at, it probably took them, what, an hour and a half, 2 hours, how long did it take them to go see the other professor?
I'd say that was a really relatively quick conversation. It was like half an hour. They weren't there long.
Okay, so yeah, I'd say I'd probably spend, if I'm starting at about 4 or so, 3 or 4 in the afternoon, I'd probably spend till about 6 or 7 or 8 working on this.
All right.
And then I'd zip back across the courtyard and back to the window.
All right. Well, Quentin is off at the library. Was there anything you two wanted to discuss? And your friend, do you end up waking up at all?
He sleeps.
All right, that's fair. He's had a lot, going through a lot.
Yeah.
Rest is good for the lad.
Anything? Yeah.
After so many hours of Quentin not showing back up again, Gail's gonna realize they're not gonna be able to go get food, and she'll pull out the beads and put one in Lyra's hand and just go back to guarding the door.
Alright, so Gail had this little spongy gummy bead.
You should be like, you took the beads, didn't you?
I don't know why you would leave free food lying around.
We have money for food.
We don't always have money for food.
Yes, we do.
Lots of people in this world don't always have money for food. So you take the beads that never go bad at work as food for an entire day, and you keep them on you, and you give them to your friend who's about to go unconscious because the professor decided to give him a seizure.
Got you there.
Just kind of scrunched up her nose. Doesn't quite understand. Okay.
I will say on the way back,
I agree about the win argument.
When we get to it on the way back, I'll try to slide a hand some food from different places to bring with me.
Is there anything else you two want to discuss while you're waiting? Nothing?
I don't have anything.
Alright. Okay, if you're gonna try and swipe food on the way back, I'm gonna say roll an investigation check there, Quentin. See if you can find like a dining room or find food. You have a hard enough time remembering the way, like, it's decent, but I'll say you have, because there's a lot of twists and turns, you go to, like, try and go down a different corridor from the route that you took to get there, and then you start to get, like, lost, and you're like, maybe this isn't such a good idea, because it's a big place, and you kind of retrace your footsteps and to fly your way back to the window. Now, ladies, is the window open?
May steal food from the people in the library. Oh, no, they're not going to have food. It's the library. They're not allowed to eat there.
No. Is the window still open?
Yeah, I imagine she would have kept the window open.
Alright. So yeah, you fly back in, and about 6 o'clock, Quentin flies back in the window.
That's when I saw myself. Coming in the window. It's me. Don't kill me, Gail.
Tempting.
With that, I will plop down on the windowsill and say, well, wasn't a complete waste. I have ideas. I was able to research in the library about liches in general, and we were right. They are very powerful wizards that found a way to make themselves undead, so they could stay alive to be more powerful. There's a secret to the lich, though. If you kill the body, the lich can come back. Because he actually maintains a piece of himself in something called a phylactery. They're not real. You know, the school of yours, Lyra, is a little sketchy. They won't tell you things like that. It's almost like they're afraid you're going to try it yourself.
I mean, you wouldn't want your students to do that, would you?
Maybe that's the whole point.
I mean, curious student, want to test the limits of their magic, and you've suddenly got a problem.
Some weird student may decide to try to make 7 phylacteries or something.
Well, I think that would be a bit excessive.
Well, so would I, but you never know with college students.
Thank you for that reference. Thank you so much.
That's what we were all thinking right there.
Go ahead and go there. But what I couldn't find out, or what I didn't see was anything that really helps us in particular, but I have ideas. I'm wondering if maybe the phylactery was damaged, and whatever ritual we were in was part of either fixing or replacing it. If the lich was in the phylactery and they needed some sort of ritual to bring him back, I don't know. I can't. The books weren't real clear on how the phylactery works or how you come back after your body is destroyed. Did I read anything about a demo lich?
Nope.
Nope. So I'm not sure. But that's a general. I mean, they are very powerful, and I think if we end up doing anything, we may want to look into what his phylactery might be or where it might be, because that might be something to do with us. I don't know.
Very,
I'm a little afraid he tried to make us into phylacteries.
That would be a little concerning. So let's hope it wasn't that.
Alright. Anything else you guys want to discuss for the evening?
I tried to steal food, but I couldn't remember where the cafeteria was. Sorry.
Dale already stole food.
It's not stealing if they're all dead, Lyra.
They're not dead, though.
What do you mean you stole food, Gail?
Gail will just hold up the jar of beads and shake it a couple times.
That's why I couldn't find it when I went looking for it.
Yeah, it was just lying there.
Well, I was going to sneak back and get it because Lyra was doing her. And I'm like, yeah, I'll just go along with her for now, and then I was going to come back and get it, but then it was gone.
Now they don't have their food.
They are minors. They can just buy more food.
I mean, that giant jar of it, they've got to have more laying around somewhere.
Yeah, they're cooking old bodies. They're that hungry.
Oh my god.
Sounds chewy.
Can't be worse than a rat.
So rat's kind of good if you cook it right. You get just enough spices on it. A little there's a sauce that we make back home. It's just really good on a rat.
Yeah. That was probably my spice again. Little too much leaving it out to rot for a little too long.
You gotta cook it fast. Rat goes bad really fast. I don't know why. I would not eat it raw though. Oh my lord, the dreams are not worth it.
Yeah, I'll take a break.
You've been disturbed.
How's our friend doing?
Still sleeping.
You guys
Was that catatonic? I don't really know what we're how to fix him.
For now we can just give him time. We'll see what happens. But I do say if you guys need to go find something real to eat. I know those they make you feel good, but they're not really super filling. Or are they really super filling? I don't know. Gail, do they make you feel full?
I consider them very filling. Like eating 3 meals in one. And I'll toss one over to him.
I will munch on it.
It's gummy. It tastes like whatever your favorite meal is or whatever food you're thinking about you'd want to eat right now.
Damn. Fancy.
It's got so many different, and I'm taking little bites of it at a time, and it's like, oh, this one tastes like apple pie. Oh, this one tastes like lasagna. Wow, it's got so many different flavors. I'm not putting together that as my mind jumps to a new food, that's what it tastes like. My mind is bouncing off on and off foods, so it's like, ooh, spaghetti, ooh, steak, ooh. Broccoli.
Gail doesn't understand why he's making all these faces, because she was just like, oh, it's like hardtack. And then she ate it like a gummy, right?
Fair.
And Lyra's gonna hear like all these taste like her favorite pastries in the world.
Definitely.
No, this last bite was like, this last little bit was like rat. That was really good.
That didn't taste like rat. It tasted like pastry.
That was about bite number 4? No, 6. Bite number 6 had a little pastry flavor to it. More bread, but kind of pastry-ish.
Yeah, I guess it would have been several bites for Quentin. It's small, but you got a small mouth.
I'm like nibbling. Anyway, if you guys, I can go ahead and take guard if you guys want to go, or if we can just go down, we can bed down for the night. Up to you.
I can get back to down early and get out of here early. Don't want to run into any more people.
Probably a good idea.
Fair enough.
All right, so you guys bend down. You're not worrying about watches, or are you worrying about watches?
Why would you say that? No, just kidding.
I'm just asking. I don't know what you guys are thinking, what you want to do.
Watches don't pass Lyra's mind, she's out.
Fair.
I'll wake you in a couple of hours to take yours.
Fair enough.
Alright, so you guys...
Me and Gail will rotate watches throughout the night.
Yeah, I guess you... No, you can only really take one watch and still get a full night's rest. Yeah. So we'll say the last couple hours of the night are spent, everyone's zonked out. I'd say nothing really eventful happens. Your friend, you still got memories, just like flashes of memories and knowledge and things you now know somehow, plus the memories of what you've experienced before the like what you've experienced after the memory loss, but before it was restored. It's kind of jumbled up. You're slowly starting to kind of parse it out, and
It's definitely like that little bit of a bubble of like a jump between the memories.
yeah, it's kind of like taking a little bit to sort out. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I'd say throughout the night you start to maybe slowly come to terms with the idea and start to figure out a little bit more.
Yeah. And actually, when you start stirring awake too, does the name of the Soul Reaper ring any bells?
The actual name of it, or just the Soul Reaper, you mean?
Yeah, the Soul Reaper.
No, not really. Not from where you're from, where you've been.
You never overheard that name anywhere other than the more recent. Yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
So, pretty uneventful night. I'd say throughout the night, Gale or Reedy sorry, Quentin, whatever. You probably each at one point in time hear like giggling out in the hallway, and then like if you poke your nose out, you just see like turning a corner, a couple of students like sneaking around the corner, sneaking out of bed, that sort of thing. It probably brings you back a little, Gale, of like even time in the military and like people sneaking out after lights out type of thing.
Never happens.
No, not at all. I'm sure not.
Unless you're alone or with somebody.
Exactly. I said there was 2 of them.
We'll have Petey take the last watch, though.
That's fair. And he's fair. He doesn't really need to sleep. Well, you're fair too, but you know what I mean.
Different fae.
Different fae.
It's like a familiar. Familiars don't need sleep.
No.
He's a spirit being.
I'll say you all come to consciousness in the fairly early hours, probably 7, 8 a.m. Or earlier. Actually, no, you guys went to bed early, so it's probably like more like 6, 7 a.m.
The Goliath awakens with a long yawn and a long stretch. You'll get up, look around the room, seeing everyone else there. And he'll quietly walk to the door and just peek out and see is anyone out walking in the hall at all.
Petey will block him from the door.
So this little fae
If I'm
carries...
still asleep, Petey will block him from the door, because Petey has direct commands not to let the Goliath leave the room.
Alright, so as you approach the door, this little fairy dragon gets in your way. Can keep kind of dodging around the door handle so you can't get to it.
You're a funny little one, aren't you? And he'll
poke his head towards me.
You'll start chasing the little pseudo-dragon like a cat chasing the laser pointer.
I'd say it'll do it and then oblige just to keep you in the room.
Yep, he'll play that game.
So I'd say after a little bit of like probably little giggles and stuff, you guys wake up to your friend chasing Petey.
Petey, would you quit picking on him?
He just kind of thinks back at you. We started it.
Mental image. Okay, never mind. Fair enough. Got it, buddy. Good job. Absolutely well done, little buddy.
You get the fainted feeling of a grin. If a fey dragon can grin. It could grin.
Good morning, buddy. Are we still calling you your friend, or do you have another name you wanted us to call you now?
I am your friend. Is that not true?
It is true. I just want to make sure that's what we're still calling you.
I have a question for you, Quentin.
Absolutely.
Are you? You say you're from the Feywild, but where are you from?
Well, that's a little bit of a story.
I would like to hear that story.
I'm kind of from the streets. One of the areas of the Feywild. I don't necessarily fall under rulership, but I'm kind of part of the part of the group of the Unseelie. Again, you know how Gale scares me?
Yes, of course, yes.
Mab scares me more.
Mab
is scary.
I don't know much of this. I don't know much of it. But just to press a little more, I actually maybe I misspoke a little. Where are you from? So you say you're from the Feywild. Where is the Feywild?
Oh, you don't know. You want to know about the Feywild?
Well, not quite, because you're not from Atemnity.
Atemnity. Say it with me. Atemnity.
You say you're not from Atemnity.
There you go.
What does that mean? Did you tell me this before?
No, I just honestly kind of figured you knew. Most people I thought do. You can look over at Lyra and go, y'all know about planes, right? Don't everybody speak up at once.
You're muted, Emily.
I didn't realize I was muted. I got the word and was like, okay, I'm gonna mute myself.
That's fair.
And she'd be like, oh yeah, I've heard of the Feywild and such, and I'm pretty sure I've seen other magic students talking about like different planes and things, but never been.
Does Gale know that there are different planes?
I'd say it's a fairly common knowledge that there are other planes. You know enough that there are other planes. You don't know what any of them are really called, but you know they exist.
So earlier we were talking about what's her name? The Shadow Fae, Shadowfell lady, the Queen, the Raven Queen. That's her, yeah.
Yes, the Raven Queen.
She is the queen of another place. So the Feywild is like that. It's another place. I'm from a place in the Feywild called Arctis Tor. But the Feywild itself is this really big place, and there's lots of places there. So it's kind of like your world here. And this is very, not very much, but when you talk about how big your world here is, that's kind of, you get a general idea. I think the Fae is a little bigger. I don't know. I don't get around much. I hang out mostly, I was mostly around Arctis Tor because I'm small and it's easier to hide there. But that's kind of, so there's the thing, there's the places where the gods hang out, there's the places where the demons hang out, there's the places where the devils hang out. These are all different places. But they're all kind of connected. It's not really a good way of describing it, but imagine a tower. And the floor we're on right now is Atemnity, right? And now there's another floor. Not necessarily. We'll go up a floor, but it's not really up. It's just another place. That's a different plane, and that's the Fae. If you go down, let's say down, just don't the up down thing. I'm just using this as a general. There is no up down thing necessarily. But if you go down, there's the abyss, and then there's the nine hells. Is another level of the tower. And all these different places. Does that make sense now?
Yeah.
There's also magic that allows you to move from one floor to another.
Yes. And then the tower sits on a tiny little orb, doesn't it? You know what I mean.
Got no clue what you're talking about, buddy. I know that there is, and I say tower, but really it's more of a circular disc shape. It's weird. It's really fascinating. I don't know enough about it. I'm just a thief. But I bet the wizard types that we talk to later today could explain it way better than I.
I had it backwards. Yes. No. Yes. You are correct. Yes. No, I understand now. Yes.
But just
the tower.
I am from another place, another level of worlds.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Does that make sense now?
Yes.
And that's why where I'm from, there are a bunch of beings called archfaes, and some of those are almost godlike. But I'm also heard of gods. There are other gods out there.
And your gods, they don't exist in our part of the tower, correct?
I don't know. haven't really. I'm a little confused by that one because usually many of the gods, even if they go by different names, are in different places. But this world, that's why I find it so fascinating. I really want to. Your gods are on this world almost. I think is the way it sounds. Is that right? And I look over at Lyra.
I mean, I don't really know. I don't talk to them much. if at all, really.
But there are a little bit physical beings that are here.
I think so. At least I've heard of people having experiences and interactions with them.
Just curious about them. It's a very fascinating world here.
I'm really the wrong person to ask about godly matters and things like that.
Do you have a quick question?
Yes.
Do you have a quick question? Were the gods around and physical when I was?
Oh, they were very physical, like actually there on the battlefield.
Yeah. I mean, like I've always heard that the gods appear physically. I mean, I don't know if I've seen them before, but everyone said that you could meet them. Harmony and Chaos, at least. I don't know about these recent two editions.
I guess I need to rephrase that a little bit. Because where I'm from, I have a certain affinity towards a certain goddess that I think very highly of. And it is possible for me to meet this goddess in the Feywild, or maybe in some other places. But her home isn't necessarily in the Feywild. Her home is her own place. It seems like the gods here, their homes are here. And it's very interesting to me.
To you, Gale, that sounds like, well, yeah, duh.
Where else would they go?
Basically.
Where else are you gonna fight a god but an Arby's parking lot at 2 a.m.? Come on, guys.
An Eric hamburger stand.
Anyway.
Always gods at an Eric hamburger stand.
Oh boy.
Where's the beef?
I am from Sorelia. I remember this.
You are.
Yeah.
So no, the other place is Atemnity now.
Yes, I'm from here. This is my home. Well, not here. No. Sorelia. But I mean this world. Yes. Yes, I know.
That's good. I suppose you have like family, someone we should be telling about your kidnapping.
I don't know if we will. I don't know. I do. Yes, I have family. Yes. I just. What is this mark? We've yet to discover why we have these marks. Truly.
While you were asleep, we did some talking.
Yes.
We're going to go to that magic place today, right?
At least we're gonna get on our way there. We still have to walk a little bit.
We should go. We should do this.
We should go ahead and hit the road, and we can talk about it on the way. How's that, buddy?
Yes, let's do this. Yes. We'll walk and talk.
Because there's nobody that can just teleport us, or portal us near there?
Probably not. At least not without disrupting their entire day.
Fair enough.
So I guess we need to get walking to Fowlands and then portal to Coalfield.
Off we go.
Alright, so you guys kind of pack up your things, try to tidy up the room a little bit, you know. Leave it the way you came into it, and start walking towards...
Really nice note. Like, thank you very much.
Probably.
A gold on the pillow.
You walk the half a day to Fowlands. There's probably a couple students on the road like as far as ones on the road as well, going to take a break from studying, that sort of thing. Actually, because what day? It's the middle of the week, isn't it? Actually, no, never mind. It's like, it's a equivalent of a Monday. Never mind, there's no students on the road. They're busy studying. So you eventually make it to Fowlands. You pay the... not that one. Oh, no, not that portal. Oh, so I gotta find it. Hold on, I gotta find the, correct portal house fees. Of course, my, window likes to take its time to open. This one. I'm gonna say... Are you doing anything to obscure yourself, Lyra/Natalie?
Yep.
Alright. I kind of figured. Just double checking.
Maybe, but she's not wanting it to be out for everyone.
There we go. I got the Fowlands. Oh, come on. Portal house prices in the handouts. So it'll be group rate 25 gold pieces to go to Cavia. And they're 10 gold pieces each, one of the two.
Yep, definitely going with the 25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lyra will cover it.
Alright, so you pay the gold, and same as before, although in Fowlands it's the, again, it's more of a touristy town, so like, the portal house itself is like, very grandiose in like, decoration around the portal, so there's more like, whereas even in Soniel, it was literally just like, you could see the ruins that were holding the permanent portal in place permanently. It's more like, there's got that, but then there's like all sorts of like filigree and other designs around it that anyone with like Lyra in particular, I'd say, and maybe a little bit of Quentin would be able to tell it's definitely just decorative. And then they've got like fancy little kind of arches over them. Just go all and make it look like, hey, you're traveling to another destination. And so you step through, and
Straps.
as you step into it, it's into a more modest, but yeah, a modest building, fairly simple. And as you step outside the portal house, it's you can tell it's well populated. There's lots of people on the streets, even this early in the actually it'd be about midday by now, especially at midday. Its streets are neatly paved cobblestones. Buildings of stone. You can see the mountains surrounding it, and to the east and west, roughly, you can tell is more of an opening parting in the mountain that looks like where paths go to. And as you go more to the more east than northeast, it looks like it definitely goes deeper into the mountains, and it looks like there's more of an opening to the more northern direction, and to the west you can tell it opens right up into what would be Shelly Arinth. And what would you guys like to do now that you're in Caulfield? And I will say that it will be roughly 2 weeks and a day worth of travel on foot.
Lyra explains this and goes, okay, so do we want to find like any horses or anything, or are we good just walking?
Is there a carriage or something we can take?
I'm sure we can look into it.
Well, we see if there's a carriage or cart or a group of peddlers or something headed that way, and see if we can ride with them. Maybe we can get guard duty and make money while we're going.
I can certainly try, although I don't know how many people are going to be going there. Maybe we'll find someone trying to pass through to Marlowe or something.
Let's do it.
Alright, so everyone roll an investigation check. Or one person with advantage if you just want to have someone take the lead.
I'm willing to let Rini take the lead on Quentin.
If it's Rini taking the lead, I would say it's more of a straight roll, because Quentin doesn't really know this place, and would be relying more heavily on you.
I only have a +1. Alright.
You can all individually roll too, so.
Buddy roll individually.
Are we all rolling?
Yeah, if you want. If you're just following along, you don't have to worry about it, but whatever.
Lyra's like, oh my god.
Oh, wow. So, Gail, you're just having, like, the strangest, like, deja vu. Like, maybe I've been here, and maybe you have. Like, it's definitely different. If you have been here, it's definitely different. It's definitely more modern. Like, there's even a few, what would be classified as skyscrapers type of a deal, only more stone and glass versus metal and glass. Maybe more on metal, but some metal elements type of thing. It's definitely more modern than what you may remember in, like, flashes, but you managed to navigate your way to the, because I guess Lyra would know the general direction to go to Aquarian, and on your map, to the eastern gate, where there appears to be a stables. And you can inquire in there. It looks like it's just a place that sells horses and potentially wagons. You're not sure about. I'll say, like, even asking around, it doesn't seem like anyone's really going to Aquarian. And people kind of look at you funny, like, how are you going there? Why are you going there? No one goes there. I'd say you might maybe find someone going as far as the fork where it splits from Aquarian to go further east to Marlowe, but that's about the most you find for getting hired to go along, but they're going to Marlowe.
Well, that's a bit of a dead end.
But at least we did find some stables.
That's true.
We head to the stables.
Alrighty. Hold on, I'm just looking for. Yep. I gotta get the PHP out. Players have about more to go. Put it. Oh, damn you. There it is. So you head to the stables. I'd say you find a. We'll call him. Kind of middle-aged. We'll say. Dragon, we'll say black-scaled dragonborn, with a tail, just kind of like mucking out the stalls, and he just doesn't even really look up as you approach at first.
Lyra will go, hello sir, we were here to inquire about potentially purchasing a horse and cart.
Horses.
A horse and cart, you say?
Yes.
I mean, a cart would be, we can rent you a cart. Where are you going? Some places are not really suited for it.
We're going to be heading up this road here, kind of towards Marlowe.
Well, if you're going to Marlowe, you can certainly loan your cart. That should be no problem.
I'd be more interested in How much is it to purchase one?
Well, I mean, two purchases is what I mean. It would be 15 gold pieces for the cart, and
Just so we're clear, this isn't renting the cart, this is buying the cart, right?
This would be purchasing. If you're going to Marlow, never mind. It would be about 50 gold pieces for one horse. I mean, it's a relatively small cart.
Look back at your friend and say, there's four of us. He's kind of big. Do we need a bigger cart?
We can't size them. You should be fine. It's
very wiry.
Yes, you are, buddy. Yes, you are. Like even flying, I'm patting him, reaching way up to pat him on the shoulder.
Yes, that'll be perfect. So 75 gold. No, sorry, 15 plus 50, right?
Yeah. 65 gold for one horse and a cart. It won't be too fast, but at least you won't be walking.
I will slide Lyra 30 gold. Yes, this will cover part of it.
Thank you, and then Lyra will hand over an additional 35 gold.
All right, and he takes the money, tucks it away, and goes around to pull out what looks like we'll say black horse. It looks like a rather sturdier horse than even you've seen, Lyra. Like compared to Shelly Aaron's horses, it's a little sturdier. Looks like it's built for mountain travel.
Definitely not the kind of horse you'd be used for riding.
No, you're like, that looks like it would be uncomfortable. And it kind of... Yeah, kind of.
Two-wheel or four-wheel car?
4. It's small, but it's big enough for like the 4 of you type of thing. And pulls a small little cart around. It should be just big enough for y'all to kind of sit in, 2 up front and 2 in the box, so to speak. And says, well, there you go. If you happen to be passing back through here and want to return it, 50% back return if you return the horse in healthy and alive.
We don't know wear and tear?
Yeah, I mean, wear and tear is going to happen.
Come on, buddy. We're adventurers. Our horses die every time.
We won't die.
There is a dragon out there going, ooh, lunch just got served.
I apologize for him. If we do happen to come back through here, and they're not too attached to the horse, we'll be certain to return it.
Excellent. Well, safe travels.
And to you as well.
I'm just traveling guy, but I get, he understands the thought process. I've had him again on the shoulder, reaching way up.
Careful along the road.
He just looks at you oddly and just nods.
I don't tell the server, the waitress, have a good meal, and like, and you too. Wait.
That's right.
Right. Alright, so you get on the road.
We go out, or...
Pardon? Yeah, I'd say, is it the world? Yeah, I'd say Caulfield, because it's generally kind of surrounded by mountains, and it's up. I'd say it's elevated no, it's in a valley. So yeah, I'd say there's decent walls that are probably meant for defense. So there's probably a gate to exit from.
I'd send EP up to do circles and kind of keep an eye out around us from a high point.
Alright.
Once we head out, once we get the other side of the gate.
Yeah, the gate is at this time is definitely open. Shit. Did I pull that out? God damn it. Oops. I'll say, is there, for the purposes of, for sake of brevity, because I didn't make a counter table for this, is there anything you want to discuss on the week and day journey as you're journeying? Because it's it's not really well-traveled, it's fairly well-traveled road. Words are hard.
Words.
Until you get to the...
Almost as bad as doors in D&D.
Yeah, until you get to the fork where it turns off to go to Aquare, and it's a fairly well-traveled road. Wow, the word road, man. You see people, merchants and other families and just general travelers going your direction, coming from your direction, kind of like just traveling. Anything you want to discuss?
You spend a week till we hit the fork, you said?
No, it's a week and a day is the total travel. So it's about, where's my thing?
About 3 days or so. 4 days, 5 days until we get to the...
It's like 115-ish miles, so that's like... math. It's like, I don't know, several days. Probably about... we'll say about a quarter of your journey, roughly, I'll say. Because math's hard, fuck it. Right, but I say that distance is probably about a quarter of your journey.
Alright.
Lyra will spend some time talking to your friend and trying to understand a little bit more and
yeah, because you
asking it, would Lyra guess would Natalie have ever been to Sorelia?
I would say no, because of the nature is like, you know, Maddie has, but that's not one place that they're like, no, not yet.
That's what I figured as much. She'll be trying to get information about Sorelia.
You've probably maybe heard little snippets about like probably Cleora, but not much about it, and you know that there's several islands, but geographically, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Very strict place. Well, not strict exactly, but what you do matters. Do you know what I mean? You would be very popular there, Lyra, I feel.
Really?
Yes, you're a very hard worker. I can tell. You're very well learned. You put a lot of effort in. I think you would be very popular.
Go by that one singing guy, she's popular everywhere.
That's true? Where wouldn't she be popular? Although, maybe you would be dressed a little too flashy, I suppose.
I like the way I'm dressed.
Yes, I do too. I like it as well. It's much more fun. It's a little boring there. Everyone's a little more drab in their clothing.
My sister said it was a little boring, but she did like the snow.
Yes. Oh, I miss it. I miss it a lot.
It gives whole body shakes at the word snow.
Do they have snow in the Feywild?
It is the winter court.
That's fair. I mean, not right now it is, but, you know.
Well, no, the Unseelie is known as the winter court.
Okay.
It's probably a little cold in their lands.
They love ice magic. The winter is when the winter court is at its fullest. The winter equinox, when they're at their height power.
You don't understand, Quentin. It's actually quite peaceful. The sound, the snow dampens sound, and it makes everyone calmer. Do you understand?
It's very nice. It's really cold. Snow is not warm.
But it lets you be warm.
You know what a beautiful thing it is? The time before the rebirth, it's the change. The immediate change things pass on and rebirth happens.
Or you stay there, and it just is.
Miserable.
And you just breathe. Yes. What would you give me for my name? I don't want a thing. I want something equivalent to value.
How much value do you attribute a name to?
Well, I don't know. I would say it wouldn't be worth that much, considering that you have all given your names. I thought I kind of did, but now that I know my name, and knowing how curious you might be, it makes it more valuable. It's the demand you see.
We'll trade you a name for a name.
Whose name?
Quentin is only one of the names I go by.
Oh.
Is it your name or a name?
Are you speaking of? Is it a facade, or are you talking about like your last name? Or
Names have power. There's power in names.
True.
So I have many names.
What do you do with the power of names, Quentin?
I can't do a lot.
Make me want to not tell my name. It makes me nervous.
But some beings, if you give them then your name from your lips, can be something that you can use against you. I am not one of those.
Yeah, because we are friends. We would never do that.
Oh, first off, I would never do that to you, buddy. But names are powerful things.
A name for a name, then.
A name for a name.
This is my given name, so you'll give me your given name.
I will give you one of my given names.
I see. My name is Veroth. I remember it. It was the name my parents gave me. But I am still your friend. Of course.
But would you prefer us to call you?
Well, whatever is most comfortable. I am your friend. But I suppose if you're about to give me a stern lecture, then you would call me by Veroth.
More importantly, how would you like us to introduce you to other people?
Well, if you're telling me that things can happen with
other
than
your name, only if you give your name from your own lips.
So me giving the name freely means it's meaningless?
No, it's as an example, if her ladyship Mab was standing here beside us, and you gave her your name from your own lips. Everybody pronounces their names a certain way. Your pronunciation of Veroth, did I say that right, brother?
You did.
Your pronunciation of Veroth and my pronunciation of Veroth are slightly different. It's the true emphasis on how not only what your name is, but how you say it and how you identify with it. For long-lived creatures, devils, demons, their true names are very permanent, and they represent who they are, and that allows a wizard to bring them into their plane where they are at, as an example. But for short-lived races like Lyra, her true name, said from her lips, may change over a couple of years because she changes how she thinks of herself. Does that make sense?
It's very strange, but I'm assuming you make sense. But and his face kind of turns a little more stern. What do you know of devils?
As little as I have to.
Have you ever met
devils and demons? I have seen them from a distance.
Yeah.
But they're not things I like to be near.
No, you don't. You don't.
They are
I'm
generally not welcome in the Fae.
I suppose they have their own part of the tower.
But as a completion of our deal, I also go by Jameson Beavertop.
Jason Beavertop. Quentin Silveraxe. Jameson Beavertop. What a name. A name befitting a devil.
More fitting a fairy. Devils have weird names like Asmodeus and that's not even a real name. I mean, their real names are different. It's weird to understand all of it.
I would prefer not to.
Same here. See, Nab isn't really Nab's name. It's just what she goes by.
Oh, I see.
Like a nickname?
Kind of. It's something that doesn't have the power to bind her.
You fairies fear devils often. You don't come across them, but it seems to be a cultural thing.
So much fear. Devils are kind of okay. And when I say that,
That's not true.
I want to explain a little bit better. Devils, if you know the rules, you can be around a devil.
No.
There's rules that they have to follow, things that they have to do. It's kind of like if you all ever accompany me to the Feywild, and I tell you don't give gifts, don't take any food that's offered to you. There's reasons behind all of that. Those are the rules, and you have to follow the rules. And devils are similar. They have sets of rules that they have to follow. Demons, though. Demons are just about destruction. Very opposite in nature. Opposite of Fae.
Sound terrible. But so do the Fae a little bit. I'm a little anxious. Why would I be scared to be receiving a cupcake? I shouldn't be afraid of receiving a cupcake.
A cupcake, and you accept it. There's something tied to that. You will owe them. You never want to owe a very powerful Fae. You never want to owe them.
I see.
And Lyra will grow and be like, oh, it's like etiquette.
Very much like etiquette. I think you pretty much nailed the word I was looking for there, just Lyra.
Do you tie strings to cupcakes?
I do not. I'm not that powerful. I am just a little fairy.
And I'm assuming you prefer to go by Quentin. That's the name you introduced yourself as, yes?
I'll go by Quentin. I'll go by Jameson. Sometimes I go by other names.
I see. And you, Gale, you've always been here. And you, Lyra, as well. Atemnity, you've always been here.
Of course. I wouldn't belong anywhere else.
I belong here as well, but you've never been through the tower, as Quentin would say.
I've been to a tower.
Oh?
He's talking about changing planes.
Oh. I don't think so.
Yeah, she'll be like, no, I haven't been through the tower.
It's that way.
Lyra, are there places where most worlds have connections to the Fae? Is there a place here that has a connection to the Fae?
Of course.
Have you ever been there? Have you seen greater Fey beings?
Well, I think so. Care? I don't think so, right?
We've probably been to Vree. So, roll a d20. I'll say high or low first, and if you get it, then it will say you maybe met one or two on some sort of diplomatic thing. Were you saying high or low?
Oh, I didn't say anything. I'm sorry.
Sorry, high or low, and then roll.
Okay, I'll go low.
Okay, roll. Okay, well,
Stab in the middle.
I'll say with smack dab in the middle. God damn it. I'll say you maybe
More high
when
than
you've
low.
been to Vree, you maybe heard of a powerful archfey that's commonly deals with things in Everagil, but you've never met him or her or them. You've just heard of them.
I've heard of someone. I've never really spoken with them or anything. I'm sure they were supposed to be at some important meeting or anything, conversations between the planes or whatever. Could be a little finicky if a Feywild portal opened up somewhere they're not supposed to.
Well, you have the Seelie and the Unseelie. They're the two courts. They tend to like to meddle.
Most people I've met like to meddle.
I mean, they like to toy in the events of other worlds. So
that sounds like literally everyone I know.
You'll see that the Fae tend to get to different planes. Devils will also like to find ways to enslave and get more power, and they'll do that in other planes if they have the chance, but they usually have to be called. And demons, if they get the chance, they'll destroy anywhere they can go. But again, usually have to be called. It's the Fae, and to a degree, the Shadowfell. Kind of, the planes touch each other. So it's like we're in the middle here where we are now, and then the Fae kind of leans in and touches parts of this place. And I'm sure the Shadowfell does too, I just don't know where.
And your friend, you've been to one of these places? In addition to here.
Yes. I've been lost before.
You know where you were lost at?
Oh, yes. It makes you feel very small.
That's a lot of places.
Oh, no, very small.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of places.
What was there? You were interested when I talked to devils earlier. Do you know devils? Do you know demons? Have you been to their homes?
No, not to their homes. No, I would never. I would be afraid.
Have you been to their homes?
No.
Or they've been to your homes?
I've seen them. I've seen them walking, talking. I've seen many things. Strange things. Many peoples.
There are many peoples across the plains.
Yes.
There are very amazingly beautiful places that are... It's the other thing you learn when you start finding out about the plains. Even the places that are the most beautiful can actually be the darkest, deadliest places known. And some of the darkest, deadliest looking places are some of the most beautiful places inside. You really learn that it's not a... You really learn how not to judge a book by its cover. That's why Gale scares me.
Yeah.
I think Gale scares most people, but I think that was by design.
It was.
And that's how I know that you are my friend. As I pat you on the shoulder. Reaching way up.
Got a little hand in return. We are friends.
But did I tell you about that time me and my friend Natalie?
She was like, stop it. Okay, yes, we know it all now. It's fine.
I was gonna tell him about that time me and my friend Natalie were at Arcus Tour and ran into the Frost Giants.
Quick thing, you haven't told your last name yet, correct?
I've not told my last name yet.
I did not. Okay, I was pretty sure, and I just wanted to make sure. Okay, continue.
Yeah, Quentin just knows Natalie and she's a royal.
Okay.
But doesn't know who the royals are, where she's from, or any of that, so. It's all a game with Quentin.
I know.
And she'll be like, but like you said, names have power, and it's safer to travel under a different name sometimes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think Gale knows from your time, you know, the family name that was in power in that kingdom, Gale. But you don't know if that's still the same one, but because it was hundreds of years ago. But that's just general information. Trying to make sure I impart stuff you know. Yeah, anything else? Yeah, no problem. Anything else you guys want to discuss or continue discussing? As you will say, you're getting to the fork in the road coming up.
I think that's it.
Just general stuff.
Alright.
Once we turn north, Petey will spend much more time in the air, scouting,
Alright,
flying out, flying back.
fair. Yeah, I'm just full disclosure, did not prepare any roll tables for this, so any roleplay you want to do on your trek north to Aquarian. Because I'm gonna say that this is a little less traveled, it's fairly safe, and there's you don't end up encountering anything in particular.
I'm presuming the king, since you have to have a king's decree to get in, it's well guarded, and the roads are probably well guarded too.
Yeah, fairly well guarded. Yeah, you probably have to show the scroll every so often to passing guard, that sort of thing.
That's fair.
We're in the magical suburbs, everybody.
And they kind of look at you strangely when they see it and see the sigil or the seal rather of Damien Platt, King Damien Platt.
Reach right to the top.
Yeah, basically they're like, okay, well, royal decree, but what? And his signature and everything. Actually, you're probably hiding yourself, Lyra. I'll give you advantage, but I'm gonna say roll I'll say deception check, but use your dexterity. So, because I'm assuming you're proficient in deception, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so I'll basically roll essentially a stealth check, but you have proficiency instead.
Okay.
I would also, anytime
let's just do
D20
plus
to be a distraction.
Plus your stealth, plus what is this? Proficiency is level 3?
Plus 2.
Or plus 2, yeah.
Plus 2 right now.
Yeah, so plus
5.
Yeah.
That is not it. There we go. Roll.
By act as a distraction, yeah, never mind.
Yeah, I'll say you successfully You might have a few people just trying to get a look at faces to make sure that things match up, but I will say they don't. No one necessarily recognizes you directly.
All right.
At least they don't say anything.
I'll count that as a win.
That's fair. And so, as you're traveling north, yeah. So nothing else anyone wants to discuss.
Quentin,
Yes.
have you ever heard of Thy Lady?
Which lady?
That's all.
Does that mean I know a lot of ladies? There's summer lady, the winter lady.
Yeah.
There's there's all sorts of ladies.
Yes, there is.
So I guess Thy Lady would be more of a. I haven't heard of anybody known as Thy Lady directly. There's usually this is my lady type Thy Lady.
Yes. Okay.
Why, who are you thinking of?
I was just curious.
Do you know any ladies?
I know you.
I mean, you know who Thy Lady is.
How do you know? I mean, yes. No. Yes.
Looks very curious.
No, I'm not.
Where did you hear of Thy Lady?
The tower that I was in.
Can you describe the level of the tower you were in?
In what way?
What was it like?
Crowded. Noisy. No snow. There was no snow at all.
Was there fire? Lots of fire?
Only in ordinary ways.
Were there people like prisoners?
No, I don't believe so. There may have been, but I've never met them.
What were the people doing?
Oh, they were meeting, conversing, trading, all sorts of things. It was so noisy and busy and crowded and obnoxious and frightening. It was. I did not like it.
Do you remember what they called it?
I do. But
Yeah,
that would be maybe that's a more valuable trade, I'd say.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But if you want my help, I'm gonna need to know more.
I don't know.
I can give you the fluffy blanket for a couple hours.
You did.
If
Goliath leaned in to Lyra and puts cups his hands directly over her ears and smushes his lips very closely to her. Hold on.
That's a disturbing mental image.
Right.
This is all he says. There you go.
Alright.
And when he says that, she tosses, plays a couple notes on her violin, and boop, boop. There's the fluffy blanket.
he bundles up. Just a big wide grin on his face. But he looks a little anxious. Just a little anxious.
Alright. Kara, would she know anything about the word that begins with S?
You mean the place he's talking about?
Yeah, assuming he told me the correct place.
Yeah.
Did you act? No, I want to hear you pronounce it. I just put a pronunciation in there.
Wait, where did you put it?
Word is knowledge of. The first knowledge of.
Here, hold on. I'll just say. That's what he said.
Yeah, I know. I want to hear you say it.
Yeah, that's how I pronounce it in my mind.
Okay, we'll say it out loud. I want to hear it in the roleplay.
I think he was trying to keep it secret from everyone.
Keep it a secret for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Okay, then if you're whispering it to Lyra, then the rest of you, I'm gonna deafen you really quickly.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Matter of fact, I'll be right back.
Perfect.
Sigil.
Sigil? Oh, okay.
Does she know anything about that?
The other way too.
Roll a history check.
Alright. Come on, Lyra.
You know, I'd say with a 14, you know, it's a on a plane. It's a plane in the multiverse. You don't know much more than that.
All right. Should be yep.
There we go.
Yep. That's when you get the blanket and secrets are done.
Yep. One room up.
All right. So you impart that to Lyra / Natalie. And anything else anyone wants to discuss as you're almost there? I know Kron just stepped away too.
Yeah. I'm good.
All right. So as you guys approach Aquarian, it's kind of, as on the map, it's kind of in a valley still, because you're kind of traveling in a kind of valley, but it's kind of, you're traveling kind of on a slight ledge, I guess, of the mountain. But you kind of, the road kind of slopes downwards gently, and I'd say at about probably, we'll say 200 yards away, you kind of get your first glimpse of Aquarian, and none of you have ever been here. But the most notable thing you can see from this distance is that it seems to be glittering. Almost like the reflection of glass. And as you get closer, I'll say that all of you, because you all have magic of some sort, kind of feel this kind of tingling, this almost buzzing sensation within you. Like when you cast your spells, whether it's divinely given or taught or innate, there's always that feeling, however you think of it to yourself, when you cast a spell, as it leaves you, and you just feel this constant, like almost tingling, almost like the feeling of your foot falling asleep, but more, I guess, kind of comforting in a way. And the closer you get, the stronger this tingling becomes. And as you're walking into the town, it's a fairly simple little town. Doesn't look like there's very many people here. You see mostly humans, dragonborn, dwarves. They're all dressed fairly simply, mostly in robes, not many in actual armor. But you see this glass, and all the buildings, everything is made of this glassy like material. I'm gonna say your friend Lyra and Gale can make What would this be? History? Yeah, history checks.
Okay.
Now that you have your memories back.
Ooh, nope, I know nothing.
No, it just looks like glass. It's kind of like a very, I'm gonna say, it's like kind of a green tinged glass, but like everything is made of it, even down to like even the roads themselves, which are kind of sort of cobblestone, have much of this glass kind of inlaid in it in like kind of decorative patterns, but it almost looks like to the magically trained eye, it looks very fluid and very like purposeful. Like the way they put it in the roads is done for a reason. The way it's inlaid into the buildings, like the windows, everything is done for a reason. Who will the highest? No, none of you know the name of it. It's very beautiful. It was a town made entirely of this glass. There is actually a fair number of guards everywhere. Wearing none of them are really wearing heavy armor. They're all wearing kind of at most light armor type of idea. All are generally many of them are some of them are carrying swords still. Many are carrying staves, but they all look from anyone's point of view and just from the knowledge you've been told, that they all must have some sort of magic, whether it's just innate or not, flowing through their veins that allows them to stay here. Every so often you do see little sparks coming off the glass, but no one really pays much mind unless there's a particularly large arc, and they kind of like will go over to it and focus on it and seems to calm it down. But as you walk through the town, there's many people, tall and short. Like I said, mostly human, dragonborn, and dwarves, as are most common in Cavia. I'll say that Professor Platt would have given you general directions to the building you're looking for to find the Guardian. And you find because everything's rather simple here, even if it's made out of really exquisite glass. This rather simple building that has double doors, with it's almost like a filigree symbol of the Cavian national symbol of the dragon worked into the door in this glass. It's a wooden door, but the glass is worked into the national symbol of Cavia, the dragon. And it just kind of sparkles as you enter, and it's closed at the moment, and people are kind of turning their heads to look at you, like you're mostly very humanoid, like they're seeing a fairy, and they're like they look fascinated at Quentin, just because very innately magical, right? Some of them might almost look like they want to.
I am the most fabulous thing in the world.
Of course you are.
Is this right?
Of course you are. But yeah, they look. Some of them even look like they're itching to study you.
Scanlan on steroids.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Scanlan is a rogue. Anyway, some of them even look like, you can tell, just from a glance, even with your lower insight, that they look like they want to study you. You can tell they're just itching to get closer, but they kind of refrain because they don't know why you're here, so you must be here for a reason, that sort of thing. But yeah, you're outside this double door.
Like I'm a specimen.
Lara.
Alright. Holy leader. Never thought. Show up. Get a note out and everything, and
Lyra, they're looking at you like a science project. What's going on here?
Lyra,
Lyra, they're looking at you like a science project. What's going on here?
Lyra, they're looking at you like a science project. What's going on here?
Lyra, they're looking at you like a science project. What's going on here?
Well, of course they are. They probably think you're cool.
That's not cool. That's dissection look.
I mean, just
If
look.
you've been dissected, Quentin, you should really try it. It could be
No, it generally just gets to happen once, and luckily you don't feel most of it.
How about you put on Gale, and no one will come near you because they're probably scared of Gale as well.
Good idea. Boom, boom, right on the Gale's shoulder.
I don't know, maybe you should give dissection a try. Might be more interesting than you thought.
After you.
Yeah. They aren't really looking to dissect Gale, I don't think. I hope no one gets dissected here.
That would be bad.
This place.
Maybe. We would learn so much.
Or people would die.
Maybe.
This is a magical place. This looks more like a place where they do weird things with magic.
Maybe heal you afterwards.
This is true. I was actually disturbed by this thought. And she'll go, well, I mean, it is kind of a secret place and everything. I imagine some weird bits of magic happen here. You can only get in with, royal decree, so... But it's probably our best shot of figuring things out.
We're extremely fancy being here, aren't we?
Where is this Candace person?
Imagine they've been heading towards where,
Yeah, like I said, you're right outside those double doors of the building you were described to.
Probably right in here.
Go. They're staring at me. Not good way. Was a good way. I kind of like it. This is not a good way.
So they probably just haven't seen a fairy before or want to learn more. Do you see many fairies around?
This is also a good thing. Unless it was Natalie. Natalie, I'd like to see her. I miss her.
I missed her for you as well.
Thank you, buddy.
I mean, if you let them click off a wing, maybe they'll stop staring.
If they pluck out your, maybe I'll let them pluck out your eye and they'll stop looking at me.
I don't think that's how it works. You have to play their eye, Quentin.
Actually, sorry, go ahead.
No, lead them forward. Okay, we can get out of the streets.
So you kind of, do you go to open the door or knock on the door?
Does it look like a door that needs to be like?
Yeah, I'll say it looks more like you've been informed, more like an office, a public building. Yeah.
So she'll probably do a little knock and then open, just to cover her bases.
That's fair. So you knock gently and kind of push the door open. It's a fairly, it's a kind of simple, yet also exquisite in the way it's decorated, because there's still much of that strange glass in here as well. And as you walk in, once you're all
glass.
No, it's like this it's a green, and a lot of it, because it's so concentrated, it's kind of dark and very opaque.
Okay. I was gonna make comments about glass and bathrooms, but I can't see through it.
No, it's very opaque. You can tell, there's probably some craftsmen that have done something to it, or there's something about it that causes it so that if you do certain things to it, you cannot see through it. It's still glass, though. So as you walk in, and obviously hearing the knock, you hear what sounds like wheels rolling across the glass, because it's a hard surface. Before wheeling around the corner in a wheelchair is a Sorry. Darn NPCs. Yeah, human man. He's got kind of ashy red hair. Kind of like, almost like bedhead, but it looks good type of thing. He's got very gray eyes, very fair skin, full beard and mustache. He wears these kind of navy blue robes where he's sitting in the chair, and green pants. I see wheels, and so he probably has you can probably see kind of stuck between the arm of the chair and his hip is looks like a large tome of some kind. And he's got a staff attached. Looks like attached in some way to the behind him. And as he wheels into the room, he stops and surveys everyone. Kind of pauses on Gale for a moment, nods, and says, "Can I help you?"
Not illegal. Lyra will, oh my god, excuse me now. Lyra will go, yes, we're actually looking for a certain Candace. I do have a decree from King Thing and Platt right here.
Kind of reaches out for it and
Look at her do the name throwing around.
And takes the scroll and unrolls it, reads it, nods, and kind of tucks it away and says, Candace is in a meeting currently. My name's Elias Colvin. Is there anything I can do to help you right now? She'll probably be out in half an hour to an hour-ish. Elias.
If you have any information about where we might be able to stay, I think we'll be here for a couple days, maybe. And of course, if you find everything you need, we might be out of your hair as quick as the evening, but...
I mean, there is the sweet...
And I know you don't get many visitors here.
No, not at all. It's a quiet town, yes. It's a small, I guess you could call it an inn, per se. It's more of a, place for people to unwind after a hard day's enchanting and study. It's called the Sweet Pixie Inn.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
We happen to have a Sweet Pixie.
Not a pixie, I'm a fairy. Pixies, although I have some good friends that are pixies. Natalie knows this one pixie named George.
Yeah, so he's just like, are you sure there's nothing I can do to help? I'm quite well studied myself.
Do you happen to know anyone here, or even yourself, that has any knowledge about rituals, or specifically rituals for liches? Or even the Soul Reaper?
He kind of chuckles slightly to himself and says, Dear, you're in a town filled with mages and mystics and whatever else they call themselves. Magic users of all sorts. Most of us have knowledge of some kind of rituals, and as to do with liches, I've studied some. Actually, one second.
Anybody studied the Soul Reaper?
Candace for certain, but I've studied a little bit under her. Sorry, I just need to roll something. He kind of looks at you, Natalie. Natalie. I'm gonna call you both.
That's what I do too. I'll take either one.
Fair. He kind of looks at you and says, I'm sorry to derail, but might ask, where are you from, my dear? You look vaguely familiar.
Stonio. We're all from Stonio. I'll roll the deception. We're all from Stonio.
Yeah, Yes, with Gale clearly wearing like an old Shelly errant.
He kind of like just kind of chuckles himself and like, that, my fairy friend, I highly doubt.
Well, okay, you're right. I am not from Stonial, obviously. But I met them all in Stonial, and that's where I was, and that's where I showed up. So for here, I'm from Stonial. See? It's all about logic.
He just chuckles to himself. He just looks at Lyra/Natalie again.
And she'll did Professor Platt say when he was contacting Candace, did he say anything about like who she was? Or was it her name?
I would say that your full names, because he knows your full name, would have, and the names that the others would have given. So the names they gave, and then your full name is probably in that scroll. You would have seen that. And I'm assuming you get tucked away, so.
Yeah. She'll take down her hood and go, I'm Shelly Errant. It's a pleasure to meet you.
He's like, chuckles. He's like, that's what I thought. Yes, sorry, what was I saying? I know a little bit about the Soul Reaper. I know his name is Fixir. I know Candace knows quite a bit about him. I'm not sure why.
Get back here, Spencer.
Fexir.
Let's backtrack again, please.
Fexir.
Thank
Fexir.
you.
And he says, I know, yeah, Candace knows more. I think you're right. I'll let her impart that knowledge. I'll probably hang around because I'm always willing to learn more. But he kind of, I don't want to say sniffed the air, but kind of like, you just see his nose kind of wrinkle a bit as he kind of glances at.
Didn't fart.
Hold on. Oh no, he's a wizard. He kind of like very obviously. No, that wouldn't do it. Actually, yeah. He's gonna do, very obviously, he begins, does anyone know the detect magic spell? Or have it on their list?
Spells.
I don't think I do.
Nope.
I don't think you do. Okay. So he can't, he very obviously incants some sort of spell. None of you are really aware of what it is, but, and kind of...
Yeah, it is on my list, I just don't have it prepared.
Well, you're a ranger, so you can't really prepare spells. You just have a set. No, you just have a set.
You can change your spells every like
level up. At level ups you can, but not like daily. Not like paladins and druids and clerics. But so I'll say no one's really familiar with what spell he's casting. You can tell he's obviously casting a spell. He doesn't try to hide it, but he kind of like does that. Kind of looks at all of you and sees. Obviously, he definitely nods very surely towards Quentin, because as you would, I'll just say out of game, he would like light up quite a bit because he's a fey creature, very magically, innately magical. And just kind of nods at Elia and then kind of looks curiously at Gale and says, that's curious. You have, there's something about you, he's saying to Gale.
Yeah, she scares me too.
What year do you think it is, Mid-year?
The current one.
What is the current one? I'd say
Gail's just gonna look at Lyra.
Lyra will be like, what do you mean current one? What year it is?
I don't know math well, okay? What's the year?
let's be honest, she doesn't even know what day it is, so ask her the year. Yeah.
That's a terrible drinking problem.
Oh, wow. And a little ale? You don't want to know what it's like when she gets all of that dwarven stuff.
And he just says, how old are you? And I know it's kind of a rude question, but it has a purpose.
You're asking a lady her age?
I know, it's not exactly the best question.
Scandalous, sir.
I
This is
know.
scandalous.
But it has a purpose.
I get a little southern accent. That's just scandalous.
It has a purpose. It has a purpose.
Yeah, to get a person killed. Lord. Bad things when you ask a woman her age.
And then he just says, I'll explain. I bet that to you, things have been different as you travel, correct? Not as you remember?
She did say the other day there are only 2 gods, which I find slightly amazing because there's a whole lot of gods. But then everybody else seems to think there's 3 or there's 4 gods.
Gail elbows
lots
him
of gods.
halfway through this conversation.
Like, you get an elbow in the gut, or I guess a kind of finger as he's sitting on your shoulder.
Click right off the.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's,
Again, didn't I?
yeah, he'll just say, I bet you, am I correct?
Possibly.
What's the last thing you remember? Now he looks a combination. Now he looks a combination of being fascinated and curious.
Just waking up from a nap, like any other person.
But right before you woke up, what do you remember? Or I guess right before you went to sleep, per se.
Who remembers what they were thinking about before they went to sleep?
I mean, plenty of people remember what they were thinking about before they went to sleep. It's usually the dreams that are hard to remember.
Yeah, remember what I was thinking about 5 minutes ago.
He's like, that's what I thought.
There's not much in your brain.
Yeah, some of us don't go to school, Lyra. Some of us work for a living and earn our money.
We're still stealing. I mean, acquire it.
In the Shelley Aaron's military, I take it?
Yeah,
your armor?
guard. Yep.
And I'm sure someone must have told you by now that the symbols you wear are, well, the same family, are rather old, correct?
Ancient sounds.
It's a family heirloom. Centuries old.
It looks very well worn. It's not something that one would wear as a family heirloom.
Yeah, it comes out every 20 years or so. For a bit.
I think I can tell you. Let's just say I think I can tell you more about yourself, but also, Candace you might have more in common with Candace than you think. And then we'll say about then you hear kind of chattering voices coming down the hallway. Sounds like 2 females. Before rounding the corner, and Elias kind of wheels slightly out of the way because he was kind of sitting a little more in the doorway than he probably should have been. You see 2 women around the corner, both human looking. One is a female, green eyes. She's got a very commanding, very intimidating presence. Ashy red hair, but darker and long, slender figure. Wearing navy robes. Very sharp features. and very elegant in her posture and everything. And next to her is another human, very very blue eyes, about 5'10" in height, so probably how tall is she? I didn't put height. I'll say she's a little shorter than the other woman. Long red hair as well, and you can tell she's very tanned, but she's also got very pale skin. And she's got this very mystical air about her. And kind of as she walks in, Elias looks and says, "Ah, Candace, these I'm not sure if His Majesty warned you, but these fine young people have come to see you, apparently, about some lich." And the paler woman says, yes, Damien warned me that they would be coming. I did not expect you, Your Highness."
Sorry. No, I'm heading this research. A bit of a passion project.
Alright. I'm sorry, I couldn't let you hide it.
Highness? Oh, Natalie, we are gonna talk later.
And she didn't say much more, and she just says, passion project. Well, come along with me to my office. Elias, Naira, would you like to accompany us, or do you have other research to be doing? And they both kind of... Naira says, I've got other things to do. I'm sure Elias is fascinated by whatever this is. He's been studying quite a bit of things about liches lately. Isn't that right, darling? And he's just kind of nodding. He goes, "Oh yeah, this is I think I might be able to help. Maybe I'll learn some more stuff too. You know, studying is always great." And she just smiles, and the woman Naira just nods at all of you and walks out of the building, closing the door behind her. And Candace, the guardian, gestures a hand and leads you all down the hallway, which is very, again, simple hallway. There's a couple doors on either side, all closed. All very nice woods inlaid with more glass, of course. Very heavy on the glass in this place. And leads you to a kind of elegant office, where there's a similar to Professor Platt's office at Hawthorne. It's like a little seating area, and then the desk off the side with a couple of chairs. And she leads you over to the seating area and sits down in a kind of a winged kind of armchair, kind of sitting very, very proper, and says, "Feel free to take a seat." As Elias just kind of wheels up, kind of next to her.
Have a seat on the wing of the armchair.
She just kind of looks at you and just...
Looks
You're
comfy.
fascinating.
I
She just like, whatever. I think we might have to talk later. You always wanted to...
dissect me, okay?
I'm not going to dissect you. I'm not going to dissect you. I just... never had the opportunity to meet a fairy in all my years. But anyway.
You probably don't.
Oh, but not well. Yeah, I guess I'm kind of
And she says,
I'm overall just die.
So, Damien, His Majesty, King Flat, or Damien, said that, referred that this has something to do with a lich.
Yes.
The Soul Reaper?
That's who we've been able to identify it as, thanks to help from others.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Elias kind of pipes in and says, yeah, I told him his name is Fixir. I've been studying him and because he's fascinating. I know you know more, Candace. And she just kind of nods and says, well, what I know is Fixir was a powerful sorcerer, wizard. No one knows whether his magic was innate or he learned it. But I know he was Cavian, that he was obsessed with the totemic mark we carry, and she kind of holds up her left wrist. It's got very clearly a kind of like burn-in, kind of similar to your marks from the tomb, but looks more kind of almost ornate in a way and done carefully rather than obviously quickly. It looks like the sigil of an Ouroboros dragon. And she kind of holds up her wrist and says, very obsessed with this mark that all Cavians carry, the totemic mark. And I'm going to say Lyra Lyra and actually the 3 Atemnians. So everyone but Quentin can roll a history check. Because this is actually something that any of you might know. But you do not.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know.
No, you wouldn't know because you're not from this plane. I'll say, Lyra, you don't know. You know it exists, but you don't really. It's not really talked about. You never really. No one intimately a Cavian. At least not one that's talked about it. I'll say, Gale, you know enough to know this totemic mark was something back in your time that Cavians were studying the reason why their lifespans seem to be almost shortened and trying to find a way around that, and they discovered this totemic mark that seemed to, I guess, stabilize is a word for it, their lifespans and enabled them to live normal lifespans, which all of you would know Atemnian lifespans of all races are, for meta knowledge, quite a bit extended from, say, like what Earth would be, like where humans on Earth would be like, and say typical D&D lore, live like 100 years maybe, if they're lucky. 80 years, 80, 90 probably max. Atemnians are like twice as long, at least. But they discovered a way to that whatever power came from that seemed to come from dragons in Cavia, because it's a very dragon-filled kingdom, and most dragons seem to live there, roost there, have come from there originally. Something about that that basically they were studying the idea of harnessing and using that power of dragons within them that seems to be born in them because of where they were born, to stabilize their life essence, I guess. And they seemed to they were toying with the idea of some sort of mark, but as far as you know, they weren't. They hadn't finalized anything yet. It was something they were toying with. But she says, but he was obsessed with this mark and the life-sustaining energy of it. He seemed to want, from what our history books tell us and what researchers told us, he seemed to be trying to figure out how it worked, because, I mean, as most people know, I'm not sure any of you look Cavian, But it is a well-guarded secret how it was developed. And he seemed to want to exploit it to create his own mark. I'm assuming Damien was saying there was a sigil of some sort that you found.
Yes.
To draw enough power and life energy from the devout, so to speak, from his devout to become immortal, just like any lich. Person that becomes a lich wants to be, they want to be immortal. From what we understand, the reason he wanted to become immortal, though, and this was somewhere around the battle of, just before the Battle of Drydell, or Battle on the Plains, so to speak, as it rightfully is called to some. He wanted to become immortal to take down Chaos and Harmony. He thought that they'd had too much power, I guess, and he wanted that power for his own. The power to create worlds, I assume. But he was eventually found out, and captured and magically entombed in Stonehill because we wanted to get him as far as we could, and at the time, Cerelia was not going to accept such a thing. Stonehill was the only place far enough that, and it took some convincing, that we could entomb him in. And they were locked away by a cooperation that took all the kingdoms, including Cerelia and Thalion. And yeah, but why? I understand the fascination and the study, that's excellent. Why are you... What are you trying to...
Side question before you go any further with yours. Just curiosity thing here. So recently I read that there was this thing called a phylactery for all liches.
Mm-hmm.
Is this phylactery locked up with him, or did you all ever find that? And is he actually a lich, or is he just trying to become one?
From what we can tell, his phylactery was discovered, yes, and locked, but it was locked away in such a way that it was, we'll say, divided. And locked away. It was a powerful ritual of our own. But yes, we did find his phylactery, and it was dismantled in a wood.
Divided in 4 pieces.
Oh, 7, not 4.
Sorry.
There's 7 kingdoms, what can I say?
Just literally talked about 7 phylacteries.
It's not 7
I hope, but
7 different coincidence, I tell you. 7. It's not 7 different ones. It's the same one split into 7 pieces. Because at the time, there was not enough knowledge to properly destroy it. But we could lock him away more permanently by dividing it.
And is there a way for a lich to move that core kernel of him away from his phylactery and into something else?
Not with as far as we know, not with the way these pieces were locked away. It's a powerful ritual.
And is it possible to create more of them?
No. Not unless he gets out of them. And the pieces pulled together. But where did you find?
Every country has a piece then stashed somewhere?
That is kind of privileged information.
I'm not asking where, like Kavia's piece is. I'm just saying in general.
I'll say the kingdoms all had cooperated. I will not confirm nor deny whether each took a piece or not.
Of course. No, we actually did find something in Stoniel, a bit haphazardly, I guess you could say. And we were able to find this symbol here and to take out a piece of paper. And hold it up and
while you're putting it.
And she'll kind of look at it and go, yes, that's his symbol. A sketch of his symbol. Well, where exactly did you find it? And why are you... This is a very serious matter. Why are you researching it?
Well, see, here's the situation. We found ourselves underground. I was doing this thing in the Fae. It was really cool. I think. I don't remember really well. But we were doing this thing. I was doing this thing in the Fae, and then I woke up underground with these three. There was another body there, and on that body was this symbol. And then we fought our way out of this place, and we're in the middle of the Stoniel Desert. And we're a little confused as to how we ended up underground somewhere, and what the only thing we saw was this symbol on the floor and this symbol branded into some guy's arm.
I'm gonna say roll a deception check, because there was definitely no other body.
Yep. And is your friend still not covering his arms, or did he?
Well,
No. His arms are down at the moment, so they got the rags covering him, but he's not like purposely going out of
she
the
seems
way.
to believe you. And she says, "That's too bad you didn't. Where is this? I guess I'm assuming tomb. If it was underground."
Well, I'm assuming it's. You said that you guys put this guy somewhere in Stoniel, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that's the place.
It was a bit north of Grimsby.
And it had this symbol. It did have the symbol etched into like the floor, right?
It was like
kind
kind of painted in something. You don't know what.
Probably nothing good.
Or something. So I'm assuming you all had something to do with it. Now we didn't do it. I look over at Gail. We didn't get to explore and take all the riches, but we did run into some stuff there. Some undead type things. So I assume this is the place y'all put him.
I want Rini to roll a persuasion check.
Rini doesn't do good at persuasion.
She says,
Not terrible, not good.
I know. I need to know more why you want to know, because just finding. Hold on. Finding this symbol on some other body that you woke up in. She says.
I was in the Feywild and suddenly I'm here.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. I'm saying, if you woke up underground and you found another body with this symbol, I'm going to assume that...
Well, you know what assumes does, right?
She just closes her eyes. She says,
are you royal family? Because I was going to say, I had to say the same thing to the king.
She just says, I'm going to, rightfully, I'm assuming, assume that if this other body you woke up next to had this symbol burned into its wrist, that you also do as well. Is that correct?
No, the symbol was on the ones in the tomb. They were in boxes.
Natalie / Lyra will sigh. I'm gonna figure out sooner or later. You can understand why we may have wanted to keep things under wraps of sorts. We're really looking at...
I had her convinced. Why you always gotta break my good lies?
You didn't. You really didn't.
Oh, yeah, I did. Just look at her. She's right now. She's going, damn, he fooled me. You can see
Of course, I'm certain. And she'll turn. She's like, your friend, yours is the most accessible?
Hello. He'll just like hold out his wrist.
And she'll kind of like approach, and Elias will kind of get kind of close to and be inspecting it and look at the symbol, and kind of like with your immersion take your hand and kind of trace it lightly and feel the way it was burned. She just kind of like looks at you and shakes her head and continues and like just feels the way it's burned in and nods and lets you take your hand back and says,
Yours? Ma'am.
with this, and she holds up her wrist.
Yeah. How similar in appearance does the one we have compared to the mark of Cape?
Like the way it was burned in, you mean? Because the two symbols are completely different.
I know it's a completely different image, but I mean, does it
Yours look very
very similar to maybe how it was done, or like it was?
I will say
a byproduct of that.
no. I will say they both look like they're burned in. However, yours looks like it was done very kind of unpracticed and I guess maybe even quickly with a very hot iron, and hers looks very like it was burned into the skin, but it's long since kind of scarred over and kind of healed a bit. Hers looks, and Elias probably would show his as well, but like hers looks even more healed over, but still visible type of thing, because it's a rather raised bump. But it looks very neatly done and something that's kind of grown and stretched a little with age, as if it was done at a very young age. Like it grows with the person because it's part of them. It looks very neatly done, but like I guess you could infer.
Does it look like there's a similarity?
I guess you could infer that it looks similar in the sense that someone that Acavian themselves, who probably, as from what you can tell, what you've been told, that has this totemic mark, might be able to more inclined to figure out the way in which it was burned into the skin, or would have experienced the mark, their own mark being burned, so they might be able to infer how, as they get older, how to do it themselves, but it's not as practiced. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was just trying to see if like this could be a derivative of theirs. Like this is, she was talking about how the
basically
was trying to learn how to do this, and if this
it looks.
attempt at touch.
I'll say it looks like it could be like, because they're completely different symbols, but it looks like it could be like essentially a perversion of the totemic mark, only like a similar kind of magic, by using a different kind of sigil or symbol.
Different symbol, similar magic. That's kind of what I was getting.
Yeah, basically.
I guess. By the way, and I look over to the one that was that we met first, and I can't remember her name.
I think his name was Elias.
Elias, yeah.
Elias.
Elyas.
I guess that answers your question as to what he was up to. He's been learning how to do this.
That's interesting. She just says, actually, I'd like to see yours, and she looked right at you, Quentin, just because, as a fae, I'd like to see the difference, if you don't mind.
I'm thinking about it.
That's fair.
Give it a side eye.
I'm not going to dissect you, I just want to inspect it. Visually.
I'm going to inspect a lot of things about me. Petey, guard position.
And PD kind of like swirls around you a little bit, and they kind of like, oh, a fairy dragon, interesting.
Boy, stay. I'll expose my arm.
And she'll kind of come close, and like she kind of, I think she.
Ready.
I think she kind of pulls out a like a little magnifying glass, because I mean your wrists are small, and kind of looks at it. And actually, does he have that spell? Give me a second. Sorry. Oh no, I don't think he does. No, he doesn't. And just kind of pulls out a little magnifying glass and looks at your tiny little wrist and inspects it, and it's similar. And just says,
Yeah,
well,
I was a little confused how they made it small on me too.
I mean, when someone's determined.
That is obviously much bigger than me. That symbol covered my whole forearm. Well, okay, not my whole forearm. But you know what I'm saying.
And she'll actually come to each of you in turn and ask if to see your wrists. Does everyone oblige? That hasn't already?
Your friend definitely gives his wrist again.
Fair.
Yeah, that's fine.
No asking Gail. She gets a little touchy about things.
Lyra does so begrudgingly.
I think she kind of nods at Lyra and your friend again, and
He also gives his other wrist that doesn't have a mark.
she just kind of like shakes her hand and passes on, and then she kind of steps back and hands clasped, and says, well, I definitely think that judging by this mark and the way it was placed, it's very similar to the totemic mark. Perversion, really. And sloppily done, of course. But I definitely believe that for whatever reason, your group, and possibly more people, I'm not sure how many this particular ritual would involve. I'd have to go to the tomb and inspect it. It's been some time. But I definitely believe that your group was being used to... And, what spells does she have? Slow, does she?
I'll flap over to your friend's shoulder and leave yours here. We're heard it.
No. Maybe just a midget.
We'll giggle together and then I'll fly back to you.
Okay, hold on, I gotta do something.
Don't tell Gail. She ain't angry.
Don't know what you mean.
Neither of them notice. And they just say, I believe... And she kind of glances at Leia for a second, glances around the room, and sighs and says, I believe that your group was being used to break one of the, shall we say, chains that locks the magic that holds this phylactery together and keeps it up, that essentially keeps the pieces apart. You were used to break one of these chains. Since you were in Stoneal, apparently the Stoneal one, which apparently they weren't guarding it like they were supposed to be. She looks very annoyed at that.
What an inconvenience.
Only the most powerful rituals could have done this, considering the power of the ritual that sealed it. And the fact that you're still alive is rather surprising. At this point, I'm not entirely certain why. If there's a purpose why you're alive.
Because we're going to break the rest of the seals.
And now I believed you before, but now I'm suspicious. I need to know, were you the only 4 in that temple, or were there other bodies in that room we woke up in? Other than...
It was really just us 4, right?
Yes.
That's all we saw, yeah.
There were others there, but none of them were alive.
No, in the room we woke up in, it was just us.
Oh yeah, in the room we woke in, and I think, was there any... Nothing in the other 2 rooms near us. Except no, there was something in the room with our gear, wasn't there? I can't remember. There were lots of bad things.
I know we had a few traps laid for grave robbers. The nearest rooms would have been the preparation chambers for preparing our ritual, and they could have been used for preparing other rituals, I suppose.
Why they grabbed me out of the Feywild?
Well,
Or how?
as I was saying, this only the most powerful of rituals could have done this. I'm assuming, and it's surprising that none of this was felt, but I suppose only one chain breaking, it wouldn't yet. Only the most powerful rituals could have done this, so there's obviously reasons why each of you was chosen. Now I didn't get your name, or the name you'd like to go by.
Was that to me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am Trinity Fogbottom? Or Frogbottom?
Trinity Fogbottom.
Frogbottom. Frog. With a G.
Fogbottom. Wow.
Alright,
I like
Trinity, and says, well, as a fairy, you are a very magical creature, as a fae, so I could see why they would take you. I'm assuming you must be one that's maybe not going to be missed for whatever reason, which deeply sad.
That's kind of harsh, not necessarily true.
As harsh as it is, but
very much.
I would assume a group like this. But I say it because I assume a group like this would not want to take someone who was missed because they work in secrecy. By that's all I mean by it.
That point over. And the royal one?
That is interesting. I did not actually realize that. I recognized her as royal, yes. I did not realize that the royal family of Shelios didn't know that you were out and about. But that's your business, whatever. Everyone likes to explore, which is what you need to do to learn. But I assume that because if no one knew that she was missing, they would have no cause to worry, so to speak. And you look like a smart girl. I assume you had your ways, whatever they may be. However, I'm assuming you must have been of royalty. Because you're Natalie, correct?
Yes.
She doesn't say your last name. She just says Natalie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember? Yeah. She kind of like looks like she's calculating something, and goes, "That's right. You were born. Yes, that's right. You were born under a full moon, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly. Magical.
It might be important which child number she is.
She just, that is for her to disclose.
Well, I'm just saying it might be important.
No.
Not telling you. Tell me. I'm just saying that. You're doing math. I thought I'd add something into it.
No, I was doing math as to lunar math as to when she was born, and I believe, if I remember correctly, because this was kind of a strong congruence of magic. You're born under a full moon. Side note, may have made some stuff up. Hopefully it's okay.
Oh yeah. Yep. We're good. Have a birthday.
Yeah. Born under a full moon, which is an extremely powerful circumstance to be born under. And she kind of glances. Do you have your hair covering your ears? Or is it tucked behind them?
She probably would have still kind of kept them mostly covered, but they might be peeking out a little bit, especially if she's been moving around a bit, you know.
Yeah. I think she probably like looks at you and kind of tries. I'll roll for it. I'll see if she actually sees the word. I'll say she kind of like. Are you now? Feel free to speak freely here. There's nothing but secrets in this town and in this room. Are you the same race as your family? The family you know, I say that is.
Her face was very pale.
Nothing wrong with you.
You're certain nothing gets out from this room, correct?
Correct.
And she looks at the rest of her friends too. I am not.
Wide. What's going on?
You said I'm not.
Yes, she said I am not.
And she kind of gets a little closer to you to like block and looks you over, and I think she manages to see your ears and says, all right. That makes sense. That makes sense.
You have a little fairy in you.
You didn't see anything. Actually, you can roll a perception check. At disadvantage because she's trying to block you on purpose. You saw nothing. You just see her back. You're like dodging and weaving, trying to see. All you see is you just see Natalie's hair. She looks human to you. She's like, yeah, that makes sense, and that also makes sense. I wish you luck on your quest. I assume. She just kind of nods at you.
Thank you.
We can talk later. I might be able to help, possibly. But anyway, so you were born under a full moon, which is an extremely powerful magical circumstance, and given that information, yeah, that would make sense why you were chosen. And then she looks at your friend and says, and what can you tell me about yourself, or your capabilities?
Well,
anything special you can do?
I'm exceptionally
Handsome.
I make friends. I make a lot of friends. I'm learning jokes. I've learned none so far. I enjoy chocolate.
It's his best joke yet.
Oh, yes. It was, wasn't it? Oh, that was funny.
Anything magical?
I know no magic. He just has like a stupid cheeky grin on his face.
She just kind of chuckles.
He's recovering from a bout of amnesia. He's still a little, not entirely there.
I can do I know ultimate magic.
Alright. Is it arcane in nature, divine, nature-based, perhaps?
Yes, I just know it innately, like from the around me. You know. You know.
Interesting. Yes.
Question?
Yes.
I don't know you're really what you're all playing, but how tied are you to the moon?
It's just the moon. But moon magic has always been powerful. It's not the most powerful, but it's very powerful.
Was this lich of yours tied to the moon?
No, not particularly, but using powerful people or objects or places tied that were created or born or whatever under a full moon is just innately can be innately more powerful in a sense.
What about somebody who might worship a goddess of the moon?
Worship?
And yes, I know you only have 4 here. There are others where I come from.
Yes, the Feywild. I mean, I'm not sure the worship part of Udia. It's possible, but I don't know if that would be the main reason you would be chosen. I just believe your being as a fairy, as a fey creature, innately magical creature, was probably enough, I assume. I'm assuming.
There's a lot of fairies where I come from. I just was wondering if maybe my tie too, so had anything to do with it. I know you don't know the name. Trust me, it's all good.
And she's like, I'm aware. I've studied the Feywild. I've studied other planes, heard of other material planes, although it's a bit very extra planar. Planar things are confusing at times. But you
definitely got the snap look.
She just kind of chuckles. She wouldn't chuckle, never mind. She just kind of like nods and turns back to your friend and says, "Is this something I could study?" And you say that he recently got a bout of amnesia. Was it magical amnesia of a sort?
I'm not sure.
All I know is magic cured it.
Yes, King Damien was able to actually perform I believe a restoration spell that was able to return his memories.
And I know that must be a lot. If you don't mind me asking, is there any particular memories that you feel like sharing that you can recall, have figured out, have pieced together since that day? Or since your memories returned?
Don't know if that's a question to ask, ma'am.
It's important. It's just I'm trying to discern why you were chosen and to decipher how this ritual worked. What kind of people they'd be looking for. I've
accidentally walked through portals in my life. If you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Wink.
So you're a plane hopper of sorts.
Not intentionally.
That's fair. I'm assuming you have the ability to detect these planar portals?
I smell them sometimes, yes. But not often. They're very, interspersed. They're not here or there. They're over there or under there. You know what I mean?
That's fair. Planar portals are all over, and being able to sniff them out, as you say, is a talent. That actually would make sense why they would choose you. Yes, being able to detect planar portals, and I'm assuming... Where did the last portal you stepped through take you?
Here.
Okay, before here.
Two.
Where did you come from?
Oh, here. I'm from here.
Where did you come from to here after you stepped through the portal? Okay, the second last portal you stepped through. Where did you go when you left here?
I don't entirely know. I know, but I don't.
He doesn't like talking about it. He kind of wishes he didn't remember.
It's quite uncomfortable.
Memories.
That's fair. I just trying to figure out if it must be your exposure to whatever plane this is. I'm assuming is the reason that they chose you. And then she turns to Gale and looks you over, looks at your armor and the crest upon it, kind of
This is the one I've been waiting
She
for.
kind of narrows her eyes, and then kind of, for the first time in a while, because she's always been very almost stern in a way, but like stern, but kind of still kind of kindly facial expressions. But now she kind of relaxes into like just a sense of familiarity. Wow, words are hard. And says, that makes sense. I assume you cast detect magic and detected the magic around this one, Elias? And he just nods and says, it's similar to yes. And she nods and says, the reason you were taken is because you are, I'm not sure if you may, when did you wake up? How long ago has it been since you remember waking up? And it's been, hold on. It has been, oh Jesus.
2 weeks before
12 days. 12 days. Oh yeah, so 12 days plus 12 days plus 2 weeks since you woke up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she nods and says, that would make sense. You before you were in the woke up in the tomb, where did you wake up? Cause I assume that no, it wouldn't be. Where did you wake up?
Just in a field.
Let's see. Lyra remembers it was like outside of Shelly, outside of Abe Lucy, right?
It was somewhere in the plains.
It was in the plains, I believe, of Drydell.
That makes sense.
Popped out like days, kind of strange.
Ah, yes, that makes sense now. And why yep. You. The reason that you remember waking up in that field and why you, I assume, saw her pop up like a daisy is because you, my dear, I'm sorry to be so blunt about this, you died.
You're dead?
350 to 400 years ago, I think. Looks at Elias, he just kind of nods. Time is strange. And the reason...
No idea.
The reason you're back, per se, is you're not... It's a complicated thing. It gets into a lot of philosophical arguments about the soul. Because technically, your soul is not actually present in your body, but your essence is.
I told you she had no soul. And I'm looking right at your friend.
How did you know, Quentin? You're so... You got such an eye for souls.
You're essentially, and you're not alone, trust me. You're held together by a magic of sorts that from those planes, from the magic of those planes and what happened there hundreds of years ago or 400 years ago. I know this because I too was there. I too woke up in that field, although I woke up quite soon after. From what I understand, I died.
You don't look 400 years old.
Thanks.
He does.
That's quite the compliment. I don't really age anymore, I've found. It's been a strange, life, unlife. I don't know what this is.
Well, it's life, yes. I mean, what's the difference?
But yes, I was little history lesson, because I'm not sure. I'm assuming, judging by your armor, you were military on one side or the other.
Yeah, she thinks there's only two gods.
Yeah, well, as
There
far
are
as
only two gods.
as far as I was aware, there was only two. It took me years to accept that equipoise. She actually has issues with the pronunciation herself. Equipoise.
Sounds like a dwarf I heard about once.
Equipoise exists. It took me probably 100 years before I accepted it. It's
I wonder if that's a Canadian thing. Sorry.
She just said, yeah, it took me like probably 100 years before I accepted it. It's hard to accept change sometimes. Accept what you know in all your life. But I was there at the battle. I was also and I tell you all this because you need to know, because you were obviously part of this ritual to break a chain. There was, each of the kingdoms were involved in essentially splitting the phylactery, this item, into 7 pieces, and each piece was locked away with a ritual, a very powerful ritual, somewhere in each of the kingdoms, so they were very much split apart by distance. No one from outside, well, very few from separate kingdoms know where each kingdom's piece is. I was one of few that was present at each ritual to guide it. I was an arcane practitioner that, was responsible, well, one of many that was responsible for sealing away each of these artifacts. And it was few years after Fixir was sealed away that the Battle of Tradell happened, death, etc. But as far as you're aware, these chains were held fast. Like, it would take an exceptionally powerful magics to break them, which I'm assuming is why people with such powerfully magic leanings or tendencies, or these types of tendencies, were chosen to apparently not sacrifice, which is odd, but to break the chains. So if the one in stone nail must obviously be broken, if there was, you said there was an undead in the tomb?
Yes.
Several.
If the dead that were there I'm assuming guarding it, were awoken, I'm assuming that chain is now broken. I will have to send people to confirm that, but I'm just going to go on ahead, judging by what you told me in this mark, that it's broken, and the other chains need to be protected. I'm not sure which one they will strike at next. But if they break all 7 chains, those pieces will come together, or it can be put back together, and Fixir can rise again.
So why are we special?
Because of the... for you, because of your ability to detect planar portals, I assume. At least that's what I can tell.
And you need that to break these?
It's just being able to detect planar portals, especially innately, per se, is kind of not a common trait. it takes a lot of magic to detect a planar portal.
I see.
And depending on what plane, what plane or planes you've been to, could also make you more innately magical. I don't know. Just kind of thinks to herself. Yes, we need to. I'm gonna have to pull some more researchers off other projects and put time into researching this problem and checking on all the other chains and ensuring that they do not break as well.
Makes sense. That would be bad.
I have to keep track of you all. You need to tell us if anything changes with those marks, anything changes with yourselves. To know if there's more, if they want more from you. But it's very good that you came and told us. I'm assuming you probably just wanted to know what happened to you, but I appreciate it.
And partially, I have to get them off, if possible.
If it was done in the way I suspect these, and she shows her own mark again, was done in a similar fashion, even if it was perverted, I do not believe there is a way to remove it safely without killing you. Because, as I'm sure, I don't know how much do you know about the totemic mark?
I mean, a little, but I guess just jump to the chase.
To put it bluntly, these marks stabilize our life force, because something about the draconic magics in Cavia itself, those of us born here are affected by it from birth, and if this mark and the Ouroboros is kind of chosen for a reason, and also thematically it works. It's more about the ritual enchanted into the magic of the mark, that it allows Cavians to live a normal lifespan for the race and as an Atemnian. But of course it also ties us together in a way that, to put it bluntly, no other kingdom is really tied together, because it's not really a well-known thing, but, well, it's not really a well-kept secret, but it's semi-known that Cavians have the ability to contact each other through this mark, but only amongst ourselves. It's like being tied to as a family, in a sense, but not by blood. Magically so. We're all kind of not really bound, but not bound, if that makes any sense. It's fascinating to some. I don't know. But anyway, if this mark on your wrists was placed in a similar but perverted manner, I suspect removing it either will kill you or will do something far worse. Well, I guess killing you is worse. We'll do something else you do not want to happen. I cannot say, because I need to study things more. But I think that's about all we know about that. I'm definitely going to be putting researchers on this immediately, not only to check on the other sealing places, but also to research more about Fixir, because it hasn't been a focus until now, and it apparently needs to be if these chains are being broken. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Anything at all? You've been very forthcoming.
A lot to digest. I think I'm digesting.
That is quite a true statement, I could say. I'm sure you are.
Yes, I'm certainly a lot to take in. I do hope we'll have get some more answers soon. I know I particularly don't want this thing on my wrist for the rest of my life if possible. Not necessarily great at parties to have the mark of a long-feared lich.
No, with your future potential responsibilities, I assume not.
Yes.
Yeah. If there's anything, I think I know what you why you are out on your own. And if there's anything you're searching for, anything you want to find, feel free to, you can come back privately if you'd like, and we can discuss, and we might be able to see what we can find out for you.
All right. Thank you very much.
I'll let you go.
Know you're coming.
Oh God.
I promise I won't follow or sneak around.
Fingers crossed behind your back. I'll let you, because that was a lot. I'll let you, unless there's anything else you wanted to discuss now, I'll let you go.
I'm ready for a nap now.
That's fair.
Where can we sleep?
What it was called? Sweet Pixie Inn is opened in Valeview. Don't worry about inn fees. There's nothing really of the sort there. It's more of a unwinding place for the scholars here. But yeah.
On the PD's back. PD take me to the inn.
Alright, so you guys, you leave? They lead you back to the main room.
Themselves out.
Alright. So you make your way back to the inn, and we'll say, because that was a lot. I'm gonna say, and it's 10:30. I'm gonna call it there so that you guys can figure out what you may or may not want to discuss, learn, and so I can write some stuff down. But I think we'll call it there.
Ready?
There is very good.
Learn a lot.
Time to find something to stabby stab.
Sorry, Emily. I couldn't let you hide it.
I know. Listen, it was already coming out, so.
Yeah, I'm like, no, I don't think that wouldn't stay hidden for long.
No, it was not. It was never going to.
Royal family of Chalarenth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We still don't know the
That
last
got
name.
dropped at one point. No, but she called them out by name, Royal Family of Chalarenth, at one point.
Never did say the name yet, but yep.
Didn't say the name, just said where.
So I think the only one,
Nothing to Rennie.
the only person that might, or people that, well, yeah, actually, the only people that might have a hint of the last name are potentially Gale, although it's a possibility. I'll let you infer that you might assume that they couldn't still be in power, could they? I'd say the only person that might actually know, and now you can also decide whether or not your brain has parsed out that information yet, the actual current royal family is Veroth, your friend.
Theros could know.
Oh man.
I'm gonna read Sunday.
To know the name.
But how pry is he? That's the question.
Right.
That is the question.
He probably knows the name and doesn't even realize he knows the name.
Yeah, probably.
That one Facebook friend, yeah. Okay, well, I need to run because I'm late to another social commitment, but
Oh, sorry about
Alright.
that.
see you guys.
Have
Have a
fun.
good night. I gotta
Yeah.
go. I need to
Yeah.
I have a study session. early
Yeah,
tomorrow.
sorry it took sorry it was
Oh no,
such a late
you're
second.
fine.
Good.
Night all.
Good
Goodbye.
night.